जय श्री माता जी। श्रीमद् देवी भागवत। If you want to know who Adi Shakti is, read Devi Bhagavat, said by Her Holiness Shri Mataji Nirmala Devi. Sankalpam. Mama Atmanaha सहजयोगी कुटुंबानां आत्मोन्नति प्रीत्यर्थम मोक्ष प्राप्ति प्रीत्यर्थम साक्षात् श्री आदिशक्ति माताजी श्री निर्मला देव्यै पूजनम करिष्ये। The holy recital of Srimad Devi Bhagavat. Chapter 5, Episode 1-3. Story of Rambh, Karambh, birth of Mahishasura and Raktabeeja. Mahishasura provokes Indra. Raja Janmejay said, Prabhu, you have explained the influence and power of Mahamaya Bhagavati Yogeshwari. Now, please tell us accounts of her deeds. I am eager and impatient to hear stories of her valor. Vyasji says, Rajan, listen. I am going to tell you all her stories in great detail. Anyone who does not tell the glories of Bhagavati to a person who is peaceful and faithful, that person is extremely foolish and stupid. A long time ago, there was a king called Mahishasura. During his reign, there was a fierce battle between the Devas and the Danavas. Mahishasura performed a difficult tapasya. When the gods saw this, they were perplexed. For 10,000 years, he put his favorite deity in his heart and meditated upon him. Then the venerable father of the world, Lok Pitama Brahmaji, was pleased. He came there, seated on a swan, and said, Dharmatman, ask for a boon. I have come here to fulfill your desire. Mahishasura said, O foremost among gods, most auspicious Brahmaji, I desire immortality. Grant me that I never have the fear of death. Brahmaji said, That which is born must die, and that which dies must be born again. That is an irreversible law and is eternally applicable. The cycle of birth, death and rebirth goes on continuously and relentlessly. O King of Daityas, at the appointed time, all things must die. Even majestic mountains and vast oceans come to an end. Therefore, O King, excepting the matter of death, you may ask for anything else. Mahishasura said, Pitama, Devatas, Danavas and humans. From these categories, let no man be the cause of my death. Any woman may kill me. Therefore Brahmaji ordained that I meet my death only at the hands of a woman. She who is herself weak can never succeed in killing me. Brahmaji said, Daiti Indra, so shall it be. Whenever your death is near, may it be at the hands of women. O fortunate Mahishasura, you will never be killed by a male. Vyasji says, After granting the boon, Sri Brahmaji returned to his abode. The Daitya Mahishasura also went back home very happy with his boon. Raja Janmejay asked, Whose son was Mahishasura? How did he take birth? Being such a good soul, how did he get the form of a buffalo? Vyasji says, O King, Danu had two sons, Rambh and Karambh. They were both very famous and renowned among Danavas. Both were childless. They began tapasya for begetting sons. They stood in the waters of the Panchanad, 5 rivers of Punjab, for many years. Then Karambh submerged himself and performed a most difficult tapasya. Rambh chose an excellent milk-sap banyan tree and sat with Panchagni, 5 fires around him, and went into deep tapasya. Seeing the tapasya of both the brothers, Indra became agitated. He went to Panchnath himself. He assumed the form of a crocodile, entered the water, and caught in his jaws the leg of Karambh. Karambh drowned to death. When Rambh heard of his brother's death, his anger was uncontrollable. He wanted to cut off his head and offer it to the Panchagni. With this intention, he caught his own locks of hair in one hand and picked up a sword in the other. Just then, Agni Devata appeared and stopped him. He said, "Rambh, you are really very foolish. How could you think such an ignoble and inferior death as suicide? May you prosper and be auspicious. Ask me for any boon that your heart desires. Do not renounce your body. What will you gain by killing yourself?" Vyasji says, the voice of Agni Devata was very soothing. Rambh dropped his plate and said, "O Deva, if you are pleased, then give me a boon which is very dear to my heart. I want a son who will be victorious over Triloki, the 3 worlds. I want a son who will destroy the armies of all enemies. He should be invincible and no Deva, Danava or human should defeat him. He should be able to assume any form he desires. He should have boundless energy. Everyone should bow before his feet." Agni Devata said, "Very well, your wishes will be fulfilled. That is the kind of son you will have. Now, abandon your ideas of suicide. O fortunate Rambh, the first woman that you make your wife will bear you this son." Vyasji says, the assurance given by Agni Devata was most delightful. Rambh prostrated at his feet and started his journey home. Rambh was rich and prosperous and had a flourishing abode. Even demigods lived there. But he was a Rakshasa and beastliness was inbuilt. When he saw a female buffalo, he became full of lust and desire. The she-buffalo was young and also intoxicated with desire. Fate is very mighty and powerful. Rambh impregnated the she-buffalo. One day, a buffalo bull followed this buffalo and Rambh stood in front of him ready to fight. The bull buffalo was in season and therefore blindly ferocious. He attacked Rambh with his fearful horns. The horns were sharp and the bull repeatedly gored Rambh in the stomach and chest. He was ripped to pieces and fell to the ground, dead. When the female buffalo saw that her lord was dead, she ran away full of fear. She went to the Yakshas for protection. The bull ran behind her. The Yakshas saw that she was trembling with fear. Tears were falling from her eyes and her heart was rising and falling. They also saw the raging buffalo bull advancing. They decided to protect the buffalo and challenge the bull. A great fight followed. The Yakshas rained arrows on him. One struck him in the heart and he fell to the earth lifeless. The Yakshas respected Rambh. They arranged for his funeral and put his body on the pyre. When she saw her husband's body, the she-buffalo decided to perform sati and get cremated with her husband. The Yakshas tried to prevent her, but she had made up her mind. She climbed on the pyre and held her beloved close to her heart. From the burning pyre emerged Mahabali Mahishasura. Rambh himself took a new body and also emerged from the pyre as Raktabeeja. So, Mahishasura and Raktabeeja were both produced from Rambh. After that, all the important Danavas came and installed Mahishasura as their king. O king, Mahishasura was indestructible, and no Deva, Danava or man could kill him. So, this is the story of the birth of Mahishasura and the reason for his invincibility. Vyasji says, in this way, the mighty Mahishasura began to rule over the three worlds. Because of the boon, he became extremely arrogant and aggressive. Every living being was under his rule. He conquered every bit of land up to the oceans and brought it under his control. He was the absolute monarch of the whole world. There were no enemies to challenge him. His army chief was Chiksur. He was very powerful and also proud and arrogant. His treasurer was Tamra. He had 10,000 soldiers under his command. Asiloma, Udark, Bidal, Bhashkal, Trinetra, and Kalabandak were very wealthy kings. They also had large armies. From ancient times, they ruled the land up to the oceans. Now, they accepted the overlordship of Mahishasura and paid tax. Those self-respecting kings who were not in favor of surrendering to Mahishasura went to battle and fell fighting. O king, even the Brahmins became submissive to Mahishasura. In all yagyas, he was given a share of the sacrifice. Mahishasura began to enjoy the status of unchallenged, single ruler of the whole world. The boon made him conceited and he decided to conquer heaven. He sent a messenger to Indra to tell him, Devraj Indra, leave heaven immediately and go and live wherever you please. If you wish to stay on in the heaven, you must become his servant. O husband of Shachi, if you take refuge under Mahishasura, he will surely protect you. It is advisable for you to acknowledge his rulership. If this is not acceptable, then immediately pick up your thunderbolt and prepare for war. But remember that you have been defeated before. I know the extent of your valor and strength. Either fight or go immediately to a place of your choice. The messenger went to Indra and said exactly what he was instructed to say. Vyasji says, hearing this message, Indra burst into flames of anger. Then he controlled himself and smiled. He said to the messenger, O foolish one, take this message back to Mahishasura. Do you think I do not know you? You are so overcome with ambition and arrogance that you are uttering these meaningless words. You are stricken with the disease of greed, and I will cure you, and then it will be cut from the roots. Go and tell your master what I have said. Righteous men do not attack messengers, so you can leave safely. But tell him this, son of a buffalo, if you are so keen to fight, come into my presence. O enemy of the horse, I know your strength. Your form and appearance is heavy, dumb and stupid. You exist by eating grass. I will make a bow out of your horns. There is some strength in your horns, and that has made you haughty. I will break both your horns and destroy your strength. You are only adept at striking with your horns. You cannot attack a fortress with weapons. Vyasji says, the messenger left Indra's palace and returned to Mahishasura. After paying obeisance, he delivered the message from Indra. He said, O king, Devraj is independent and powerful. He has a huge army of Devas. He considers himself very strong. You do not count for anything with him. I do not know how to change what he said before I present it to you. It is the duty of a messenger to give the message in both truthful, and agreeable form. If I tell you only that which is agreeable, then it will be a lie and will put an obstacle in your achieving your desires. A faithful messenger cannot let that happen. On the other hand, an enemy will always use objectionable and harsh language, but a messenger cannot articulate those horrible words before his master. O king, Indra has used such obnoxious and repugnant language that my tongue cannot repeat it. Mahishasura could guess the truth behind in the messenger's words. His whole body got heated up with anger. His eyes became red. He called all his ministers and said, "That Devraj wants to fight. Use all your strength and weapons and defeat him. No one should challenge my sovereignty. Even if there are 1 crore Indras, it means nothing to me. Then what have I to fear from this Indra? Today I will not leave him alive. It is only among the mild and placid that he is considered brave. The feeble and exhausted tapasvis think him to be strong and powerful. He is assisted by apsaras. He uses their charms to put obstacles or break the tapasya of sages and munis. It has become his nature to strike whenever he gets an opportunity. He deceives and is a traitor. This is the same Indra who used guile to kill Namuchi. When the battle started, he became afraid and made a treaty of alliance with Namuchi. Then he tricked him and killed him. Shri Vishnu is a great strategist. At will, he takes different forms. He is all-powerful and has complete knowledge of creating illusion and confusion. Danavas, even though he incarnated as a boar and killed Hiranyaksh, and later he incarnated as Narasimha and killed Hiranyakashipu, I cannot acknowledge his overlordship. I do not believe that there is anyone among the Devas who can stand up to me. What can Vishnu or Indra do to me? If I stand on the battlefield, even Shankar will not be able to defeat me. I will defeat Indra and snatch away heaven from him. Varun, Yamraj, Kuber, Agni, Chandrama and Surya will all be vanquished by me. Now all of us, Danavas, will be entitled to sacrificial offerings and we can have the right to drink Somras. I will crush the Deva community and live happily with all my Danavas. I have received a boon and therefore I fear no one. If I am invincible against all males, what harm can poor females do to me? O swift and fleet-footed messengers, go to Patal, go to the mountains, and go to all places and invite all the Danavas to come and join my army. I alone am sufficient to vanquish the Devas, but now it is a matter of dignity and prestige that I should be accompanied by huge armies. With my horns and hoofs, I can kill all the Devas. Under protection of the boon, I do not have even an iota of fear of the gods. I am indestructible and invincible against gods, demons and humans. So be prepared for victory over the Devas. Then I will indulge in recreation and amusement in Nandanvan, paradise. You will also have the opportunity of inhaling the fragrance of the Parijat flowers. Celestial damsels will entertain you. We will drink the sweet milk of the cow Kamadhenu. You will experience the joy of drinking Amrut. The divine musicians, the Gandharvas, will sing and dance for your entertainment. The Apsaras, Urvashi, Menaka, Rambha, Gritachi, Tilottama, Ramdwara, Mahasena, Misrakeshi, Madodkata, and others are accomplished singers and dancers. They will offer you delicate food and drinks and pamper your attention. Therefore, if you all agree to fight the Devas, let us go today. But before leaving, let us perform the necessary ceremonies for success and auspiciousness. Let us invite our Guru, Shukracharya ji, to perform the yajna for our safety and success. Vyas ji says, O King, Mahishasura's mind was always occupied with sinful and wicked plans. After giving instructions, he went into his palace with an evil smile on his face. Chapter 5, Episode 4 to 5. Before meeting Mahishasura, Indra consults the Devas and Guru Brihaspatiji. Indra's visit to the gods Brahma, Vishnu and Shankar. Battle between Indra, the Devas and Mahishasura, Bidal, Tamra. Vyasji says, after the demon messenger left, Indra called Yamraj, Pavandev, Kuber, Varun and other Devas and said, a very famous and powerful demon called Mahishasura is the king of the Daityas. His father was called Rambh. Because of a boon, he has become very aggressive and arrogant. He is also well versed in various arts of illusion. His messenger had come to convey his intentions of attacking us and annexing Devalok. He said, Indra, leave heaven and go wherever you wish, or accept servility to the king of Danavas, Mahishasura. He will look after all your requirements. He is very kind to those who are engaged in serving him. If this is not acceptable to you, then you must prepare for war. Because as soon as I tell him of your decision, he will lead an assault against you. O Devas, this Mahishasura is an extremely mean and worthless demon. Strong men should never underestimate the weak opponent, especially those who boast of their strength and valor. We should be vigilant and alert. Of course, everything is under the control of destiny. No one can change even a little bit of it. But it is not advisable to make any compromise with him because he is sly and dishonest. Nor can we approach him on friendly terms because he is evil. All of you are wise. Give this matter your serious consideration. We also cannot make a surprise attack because we know nothing about his strength. We should first send a spy who is stealthy and fleet-footed. He should also have knowledge of war tactics so that he can assess the enemy's strength and discover his plans. He should be without attachments, have a strong loyalty so that he does not succumb to enticements, and should be honest and faithful. After we get all the information regarding strength of the army and battle plans, only then should we launch our attack. The spy should find out the exact number of warriors and equipment that they have. Then we can decide whether to attack immediately or increase our own military first. Any action taken in haste can only lead to disappointment, pain and suffering. The wise man weighs the situation and acts only if success is guaranteed. To fight the Danavas immediately, would be like treating an unknown disease with strong medicine. It could have adverse results. Vyasji says, accordingly, Indra sent a very efficient spy who went and came back in a very short time. He brought back information that astonished Indra. He immediately sent the Devas to escort their Guru Brihaspati to his palace. After he accepted the seat of honor, Indra spoke to him. O son of Angira, O learned one in the science of mantras, please advise us as to what action we should take. Today, the king of demons, Mahishasura, is coming with his army of immeasurable might to take away heaven away from us. You are well versed in the science of mantras. Please find a way to weaken and destabilize his army and make his attack ineffective. Just as they have their Guru Shukracharya to help them, you are our only hope to put some confidence and balance into us. Vyasji says, after hearing Indra, Guru Brihaspati went into a meditative state. Then he said to Indra, Devraj, be calm. It is important for you to maintain balance and fortitude. When faced with a crisis, one should not lose courage. O King, success and failure, victory and defeat are all governed by fate. A wise man is always anchored in his spirit and never allows anything to disturb his balance. Whatever has to happen will definitely happen. One should always recognize and accept this law of destiny. Of course, a man should perform his job or vocation faithfully. Even the rishis and munis who have renounced the world are constantly engaged in the pursuit of moksha. So, we should go about our duties within the codes of conduct and righteous behavior, and we should surrender the results because that is under the control of destiny. Sometimes things work out without any exertion, but that should not make a person inert or paralyzed. On the other hand, if he tries his best and still does not succeed, it is not his fault. What is destined only will happen. No one can thwart fate. O King of Devas, armies, ministers, mantras, weapons and chariots, these are only instruments. There is no guarantee that their use will give success. Fate decides whether we merit success or failure. Sometimes it appears as if a contemptible man gets all the success and happiness, whereas an honest, hard-working man gets only sorrow and hardship. O Devraj, every living creature is governed by destiny. So, one should never get dejected or depressed when things do not happen the way we want. But we should never shirk our duty. In times of sorrow, we should remember that there are greater sorrows than ours in this world, and in times of happiness, we should remember that there is an ultimate happiness. Happiness and sorrow are like enemies. Do not involve your Atma into it. When faced with great happiness or sorrow, we must never lose our balance. Then, sorrows can never overpower us or push us down into depression. Keeping balance, if you just witness the situation, it not only becomes bearable, but you can also conquer it. For a person who can maintain his equilibrium in every situation, what is happiness and what is sorrow? One must always say, I am Nirgun and therefore indestructible. I am beyond the 24 attributes. Then what affinity do I have to happiness and sorrow? Devraj, Understand this well and develop detachment. This is the solution to all your problems. Attachment is the cause of all sorrows, and detachment gives the greatest freedom and happiness. O husband of Shachi, if one wishes to be happy, one has to be satisfied. There is no other way. Hunger and thirst have affinity to life, sorrow and attachment to the mind, and old age and death to the body. I am the embodiment of auspiciousness. I am devoid of these 6 afflictions. Why should I get involved into them? I am not this body. I am beyond the cycle of formation and deterioration. O Lord Indra, this is the only solution for neutralizing the pangs of sorrow. In the matter of destiny, you must use your wisdom. If there is no karma, then there will not be fruits of destiny. This is very clear. O Devraj, happiness and sorrow are indicative of fruits of good or bad deeds of the past. A wise man sees positivity in every negativity. He experiences joy in every situation. Therefore, go ahead and have discussions with your ministers and advisors and decide on a course of action. Do not put much attention on the results. What is destined will happen. There is no doubt in this. Vyasji says, hearing the advice of Devas and Guru Brihaspatiji, Lord Indra said, I am going to make preparations for war against Mahishasura. Inactivity will not win a kingdom or fame or glory. It is only the lazy and lethargic who take recourse to inactivity. For a sannyasi, knowledge is his decoration, and for a Brahmin, satisfaction. But for those who want glory and supremacy, the act of going to war against enemies is their decoration. O Muni, it was by my action that Vritrasur and Namuchi were killed. In the same way, I am going to kill Mahishasura. I will draw my strength from you, O Guru Brihaspati, and from my most trusted weapon, the Vajra, that is thunderbolt. Bhagwan Vishnu and consort of Uma, Shri Shankar, will certainly help me. O Guru, it is your nature to bless us and pray for us. I am leaving with my army to fight against Mahishasura. I fervently request you to chant the auspicious Rakshogna mantra for our protection against evil forces. Vyasji says, when Lord Indra said this, Guru Brihaspati laughed and said to Indra, Brihaspati said, Devraj, I can neither advise you to go to war, nor can I dissuade you, because no one can predict the outcome. Victory or defeat cannot be known beforehand. Whatever the result, you must not take the blame for it. Happiness and sorrow are predestined and inevitable. Nevertheless, a wise man remains diligent at all times. Success and failure are under the control of fate. Vyasji says, after hearing these words of wisdom from Guru Brihaspati, Indra went to Brahmaji. After offering pranam, Indra said, Pitama, you are the supreme lord of all the Devas. At this moment, a very wicked demon, Mahishasura, is advancing towards heaven with a mighty army. All the other demons have joined him. They are all very powerful and ambitious and are well versed in the art of war. O most wise and learned one, I am overcome with fear and have come to you for refuge. Nothing is hidden from you. Please help me. Brahmaji said, let us all go to Kailash. We will make Bhagwan Shankar and the most powerful Shri Vishnu the chief planners, and take their advice. We will also consult all the gods, and taking into account the time and place, we will decide on a course of action. Hasty decisions are foolish and can cause failure. Vyasji says, Devraj obeyed Brahmaji, and making him the leader, all the Devas went to Kailash. They began to sing stutis, and when Bhagwan Maheshwar was pleased, they made him their chief, and all left for Vishnulok. In Vaikunth, they sang stutis and pleased the god of gods, Bhagwan Sri Hari. Upon their telling him their story, he told them, because of a boon that he has received, Mahishasura has become arrogant and conceited, and his unbounded ambitions have become a cause for concern. He also said, all the gods should launch an invincible attack on Mahishasura and kill him. Vyasji says, after deciding the strategy, all the gods led by Shri Brahma, Shri Vishnu and Shri Shankar mounted their respective vahanas and headed for the battlefield. Shri Brahma sat on a swan, Bhagwan Vishnu on Garuda, Shri Shankar sat on a bull, and Indra mounted his elephant Airavat. Swami Kartikeya sat on a peacock and Yamraj on a buffalo. They had hardly started moving when they were confronted by Mahishasura's army, intoxicated with pride and arrogance. The battle started right away, and both sides fought fiercely with all kinds of weapons. The chief of the demon army, Mahabali Chiksur, shot 5 deadly arrows at Indra. Indra cut all of them in midair. He also used his crescent-headed arrow and injured Chiksur in the chest. Chiksur fell unconscious on his elephant. Then Indra attacked the elephant and cut its trunk. It fell down dead. Seeing the fall of Chiksur, the demon army fell into confusion and ran helter-skelter. Mahishasura became furious. He called his strongest warrior, Vidal, and said, O brave and strong one, Indra has become proud of his strength. You go and kill him. Also kill Varun and the other Devas and come back to me. Vyasji says, Vidal immediately mounted an elephant and went to fight with Indra. When Indra saw him coming, he sent a shower of arrows like venomous snakes on Vidal. But Vidal was quick and destroyed all the arrows before they could reach him. They kept shooting at each other and destroying each other's arrows. Then Indra hit the elephant on the trunk with his mace. The trunk got severed from the body, and the elephant whirled around and began to trample the demon soldiers. The army was again in disarray. Vidal jumped off the elephant and climbed into a chariot and blocked the Devas' advance. Once again, Indra and Vidal engaged in fierce fighting. Indra found that his anger was overpowering his senses and making him unsteady and inaccurate. He made Jayant his leader, and that powerful Deva managed to wound Vidal. He fell in his chariot, and his Sarathi, driver, quickly took the chariot out of the battlefield. Seeing this, the Devas began to shout victory and beat the drums. This enraged Mahishasura. He sent the vicious demon Tamra to fight the Devas. Tamra was an excellent shooter, and he sent so many arrows that it looked as if the clouds were sending torrents into the ocean. Varun picked up his noose, and Yama took his pole and began to fight with Tamra. The other Devas also used their divine weapons, and very soon Tamra also fell. The demons began to quake with fear. Chapter 5, Episodes 6 to 7. Battle between Shri Vishnu, Shri Shankar, and Mahishasura. Return of Shri Brahma, Vishnu, and Shankar to their abodes. Defeat of the Devas. Vyasji says, after Tamra fell, Mahishasura himself picked up his mace and went to face the Devas. He shouted, Devas, today I am going to pulverize all of you with my mace. You have always been weak. You only know how to consume offerings at sacrifices. He rushed at Indra and hit him on the shoulder with his mace. Indra was alert and broke the mace. Mahishasura took a gleaming sword in his hand and rushed towards Indra. A terrible battle ensued, with each using a large battery of weapons. At that time, Shambarasura made use of an illusion which had the power to destroy the whole world and which had befooled Munis in the past. Mahishasura immediately used the same Maya and manifested as 1 crore Mahishasuras, all of them identical to each other. They were all heavily armed and were attacking the Devas. Seeing this, Indra was filled with fear and confusion. Even Varun, Kuber, Yamraj, Agni, Surya and Chandrama began to panic. They began to run away. They went far away and remembered the gods Brahma, Vishnu and Shankar, who immediately appeared before them. They were seated on their Vahanas, Swan, Garuda and the bull Nandi. They all carried their special weapons. Seeing the illusion created by the demons, Shri Vishnu sent his Sudarshan Chakra. It completely dissolved the illusion. All the 3 controlling deities of creation, preservation and destruction were present. Seeing them, Mahishasura picked up a spear and advanced towards them. His chief, Chiksur, and other Danavas, Ugrasya, Ugravirya, Asiloma, Trinetra, Vashkal, and Andhak accompanied him. They all wore armor and carried huge bows. They surrounded the Devas just like jackals around a tender calf. Then all the demons, blind with intoxication, began to shoot arrows at the Devas. The Devas also replied with showers of arrows. Then the Danavas began to fight with Shri Brahma, Shri Vishnu and Shri Shankar. After some time, the 3 gods returned to their abodes. Indra stood firm on the battlefield with his Vajra and Varun held his sword. Yamraj was also there with the pole, that is Dand. Kuber and Agni joined them with swords in hand. The chief of the planets, Chandrama and Surya Bhagwan, came together to support Indra. They had all made a firm resolve to destroy Mahishasura. The Danava army approached and rained angry arrows at them like striking snakes. In the middle was Mahishasura in his original form of a ferocious buffalo. A great war with shouting and shooting broke out between the Devas and the Danavas. The sound of clashing weapons was louder than thunder. Mahabali Mahishasura was fully intoxicated with pride and arrogance. He began tossing the hilltops with his enormous horns. The Devas received injuries from the falling rocks. Mahishasura had the most amazing strength. With his hooves and swishing tail, he killed many Devas. Seeing this, all the Gandharvas and Devas were filled with fear. Even Indra faltered. He turned and ran from the battlefield. Seeing this, Mahishasura declared victory and went back to his palace. Mahishasura took possession of Indra's elephant Airavat, the wish-fulfilling cow Kamadhenu, and Uchai Shrava, the white horse of the sun that came out during the churning of the ocean. Then he decided to take his army and acquire heaven. All the Devas had gone into hiding. The royal courts of assembly were deserted. As soon as Mahishasura reached there, he declared himself ruler of heaven and ascended Indra's throne. All the Danavas occupied the seats of the Devas. In this way, after fighting a war for over 100 years, the ambitious and conceited Mahishasura gained supremacy of heaven. The Devas wandered in the mountains and lived in caves and crevices. After endless sufferings, the Devas could not bear any more and decided to go to the god with 4 faces, Shri Brahma, as he is responsible for the whole creation. He is of Rajasic temperament. At that moment, he was seated on a lotus and constituting the Vedas. Marich and other prominent munis who had manifested out of Shri Brahma's body and who were conversant with the Vedas and of a calm and tranquil disposition were also present. Saints, composers, Gandharvas, Kinnars, Nagas and other demigods were engrossed in singing stutis to the Father of creation. The Devas came into the divine presence and said, O remover of all trials and tribulations, O you who are seated in the lotus, Shri Brahmaji. At this moment, after being defeated by Mahishasura, all the Devas are wandering homeless in the mountains. They are facing great hardships and are living in caves. Even after seeing our sad plight, you are not moved by compassion. This is very strange and perplexing. Even after committing 100 sins, if a child repents and returns to his unselfish father, will he disown the child and leave it to suffer? Never. But today, when we have been defeated by the Daityas and come to you for refuge, you are indifferent and ignoring our state. Mahishasura is enjoying rulership over heaven and earth. In all the yagyas being performed by Brahmins, he is getting the maximum share. Of all the heavenly trees, the foremost Parijat flowers are used for decorating him. Not only this, but he now owns the most treasured gem from the ocean, Kamadhenu. O God, how much can we tell you? You are omniscient. You know all his transgressions. We bow our heads at your lotus feet. Please protect us. Please look after our welfare. All the gods are your responsibility. You are the first progenitor and you are the embodiment of auspiciousness and prosperity. You are the endless source of light. It is your nature to give peace to all. The Devas are suffering agony and torment akin to a burning, blazing forest. If you will not give us safe refuge, then to whom shall we turn for help? Vyasji says, the Devas prayed to Shri Brahma with bowed heads and folded hands. Their faces were filled with sadness. Seeing their state, Shri Brahmaji spoke in soothing tones. Brahmaji said, O Devas, what can I do? Mahishasura is haughty and conceited because of a boon. Only a woman can be the cause of his death. He cannot be killed by the male of any species. In the circumstances, there is nothing I can do. We should all go to the holy Mount Kailash and place our problems at the feet of the specialist god Bhagwan Shri Shankar. We will make him our leader and go to Vaikunth, the abode of Bhagwan Vishnu. There, we will ask his advice regarding the plight of the Devas. Brahmaji left on his swan, followed by the Devas. Shri Shankar was already aware of their coming and he came out of his palace to receive Sri Brahmaji. The two great gods met and exchanged salutations and blessings. All the Devas prostrated at Sri Shankar's feet. He offered all the Devas seats, and after they sat, he went and took his own seat. Then he asked the reason why the Devas had come to Kailash. Bhagwan Sri Shankar asked Sri Brahmaji, "What has caused you to come with all the Devas, including Indra, to Kailash? You may certainly tell me everything." Brahmaji said, "Mahadeva, this Indra and all the other Devas are suffering great difficulties due to Mahishasura. For fear of him, they have left heaven and are living in caves in the mountains. The Danavas have declared enmity with the Devas. At this moment, all sacrificial offerings are being consumed by them. Distraught and dejected, the Devas have come to you for help. Please do whatever you think fit to help them." Sri Mahadeva smiled and said in sweet tones, "Brahmaji, it is by your action that this wondrous situation has been created. You granted the boon to Mahishasura. There is nothing more ominous for the Devas. By virtue of this boon, Mahishasura has become invincible and is tormenting the Devas all the time. Does any female exist who can destroy this demon so full of ego and arrogance? Neither my wife nor yours is capable of descending on the battlefield. Even if these most auspicious and fortunate goddesses go to the field, how will they engage in battle? Even Indrani has no knowledge of war tactics. An idea has just come to my mind to go to Bhagwan Vishnu, please him by singing his praises, and then ask him again and again for help. Because he is the knower of the field and exceeding in prowess, through his infinite enlightenment, he will give us a solution." Vyasji says, "The Devas offered pranams and gratitude and arose to leave for Vaikunth. Sri Shankar also accompanied them. Along the way, they saw many auspicious and favorable portents giving indication of success. Giver of favorable news, the auspicious Vayu spread fragrance all around. Sacred birds flew about singing divine notes. Akash became cloudless and serene. All quarters became pure. All the elements greeted the Devas with a show of good fortune and success. Chapter 5, Episode 8 to 9. On the advice of Shri Vishnu, all the gods combined their energies, from that manifested a most glorious Devi. Vyasji says, all the gods reached Vaikunth. It is the most glorious abode of Vishnu Bhagwan, richly designed and ornamented. A divine lake enhances its beauty. The palace is surrounded by sacred trees bearing fragrant flowers like champa, ashok, kalar, parijat, bakul, malathi, til, mango and kurbak. Cuckoos are warbling, peacocks are dancing and bumblebees are humming. And holiness and auspiciousness pervades the atmosphere. Nand, Sunand and other courtiers are eternal devotees of the Lord Vishnu. They are singing stutis. There are many extensive bhavans. They are decorated with gold and studded with gems. They are so lofty, they almost touch the sky. Lord Vishnu's magnificent palace adjoins this. Gandharvas are singing divine music, and the most pleasing kinnars are singing preludes softly and melodiously. Venerable Munis, who are conversant with the Vedas, are reciting hymns and invocations in the praise of the Lord. Two guards, Jai and Vijay, are stationed at the entrance. The Devas spoke to them. May it please one of you to go to Bhagwan Vishnu and inform him that Sri Brahma, Sri Rudra and other gods have arrived with a desire to come into his presence. Vyasji says, Vijay offered pranams to all the gods and immediately went to Shri Vishnu. He did pranam and said, O suppressor of demons, foremost of all gods, Prabhu, at this moment, all the gods have arrived at your doorstep. Brahma, Rudra, Indra, Varun, Agni, Yamraj and all the other Devas are eager for your darshan. They are reciting Vedic mantras and singing your praises. Vyasji says, hearing Vijay's words, husband of Rema, Bhagwan Vishnu went out to receive the gods. They met with great joy and warmth. The gods were very tired after their journey and were also upset and distressed. One benevolent glance from Shri Vishnu refreshed and revived them. Then the killer of demons, as described in the Vedas, Shri Vishnu, offered pranams to the gods and sang their praises. The Devas said, Supreme God of gods, Creator, Preserver and Destroyer of the universe, O merciful God, we have come to your feet for protection. Bhagwan Vishnu said, All Devas, take your seats and tell me your good tidings. What is the reason all of you have come together? Why are you so concerned? Why is there sadness in your faces? In spite of the presence of Brahma and Shankar, you are all so full of fear. Please tell me your problem. The Deva said, The malevolent Mahishasura is causing us a lot of distress. No one can control him. The evil demon is very wicked. After receiving the boon, he has become very conceited and aggressive. All demons are now consuming all the offerings made at yagyas. All of us, Devas, have fled heaven and are wandering in the mountains. Madhusudan, the boon received from Sri Brahma, has made him invincible and arrogant. Because the situation is impossible, we have come to you for help. O destroyer of Danavas, Sri Krishna, O protector of the gods, none of the actions of the demons are hidden from you. Therefore, only you can destroy the demons. The boon that Brahmaji gave him is, you cannot be killed by any male of any species. He can be killed by a woman, but which woman is capable and strong enough to enter a battlefield? He was always vile and mean, and after the boon, he has become impertinent and uncontrollable. Out of Bhagavati Parvati, Lakshmi, Shachi, and Sharada, who is it who can succeed in killing this demon? O you, who are the support of the universe, it is your nature to be merciful to your devotees. Please find some way in which this troublesome demon can be destroyed. Vyasji says, when the Devas finished speaking, Bhagwan Vishnu's face was full of smiles. He said, A long time ago, I also fought with Mahishasura, but he could not be killed. In the present situation, if all the gods contribute their energy and effulgence, then maybe there will manifest a beautiful and lustrous and capable Devi who can destroy Mahishasura on the battlefield. Mahishasura can conjure hundreds of different illusions, and now, with the addition of a boon, he has become uncontrollably vicious. It is absolutely certain that the Devi who emerges from our combined energies will be the one to destroy him. So now, all of you request your Shaktis, and all the Devis also should pray. As a fruit of our prayers and collective Shaktis, there should emerge a most powerful goddess. Rudra and all the gods should present their weapons like Trishul and others to this goddess. Then, armed with all the divine weapons and filled with the combined Shaktis, she will enter the battlefield and forever destroy that mean and evil Rakshasa. Vyasji says, as Bhagwan Vishnu spoke, there radiated from the body of Shri Brahma a blinding stream of light. Its brilliance was unbearable. It was of red color and sparkled like a ruby. All its rays were beautiful. There was liquid coolness and sultry warmth, and rays of light streamed from it. From the body of Bhagwan Shankar, a tremendous energy took form. It was golden hued, fierce and sharp, and no one could look upon it. For the Daityas, it would be fearsome, but for the Devas, it provided gratification and comfort. Its aspect was terrible, as if a mountain steeped in Tamoguna had thundered in. After this, the energy of Shri Vishnu began to take form. It was of blue-black color and had the effulgence of Sattva Guna. From Indra came a supernatural and brilliant light. That energy was now full of the three gunas. Energies of Varun, Kuber, Yamraj and Agni came and merged with this great form. So also, the energies of all the other gods came and combined to form a blazing, blinding mass of light and energy standing there like a second Himachal mountain. As the Devas were gazing at it, this energy manifested as a most beautiful and adorable female form. All the Devas were filled with wonder and astonishment. That was Bhagavati Mahalakshmi. All the three gunas, Sattva, Raja and Tamo, were present. This Devi, formed out of the combined energies of all the gods, was embellished with 18 arms. She was in 3 hues. She had a pure and crystal clear face, her eyes were black, her lips were crimson, her palms of her hand were red. She was bedecked with divine ornaments and jewels, and these added luster and splendor to her appearance. She had 18 arms, but in confrontation with Mahishasura, she would bear thousands of arms. Janmejay said, O most fortunate and auspicious Muni Vyasji, you are most knowledgeable. Please describe fully this most splendid and wondrous Devi who manifested from the combined energies of the gods. Did all the energies merge, or did each one become a part of the body of the Devi, like eyes, nose, hair? Please describe how each feature was formed. I have an overwhelming desire to also hear from your auspicious Vani, that is speaking voice, a detailed description of all the weapons and ornaments that each god offered. Brahman, what you have told me so far about the goddess Mahalakshmi is like Amrut, that is nectar. Even if I hear it again and again, my thirst will not be quenched. Sudji says, in response to the king's sincere request, Satyavati Nandan Ved Vyasji started his narration. Vyasji says, Rajan, you are most fortunate and blessed. O foremost of the Kuru clan, from my limited knowledge, I am going to tell you in detail a description of the most divine form of the Devi that manifested on that day. Shri Brahma, Shri Vishnu, Shri Mahesh, and Shri Indra have never been able to adequately describe that Devi, so how can I, a mere mortal, do any justice to the divinity of that great goddess? I can never fully know the different aspects, the accurate and exact appearance, and the causes for her various manifestations. She is beyond description. She is beyond language and vocabulary. All I can say is that the all-pervading, the universal, the primordial divine energy, the Bhagavati manifested. Verily, the truth is that the Devi is eternal and omnipresent. It is only to fulfill the desires of the Devas that in spite of being constant and perpetual, she assumes many forms on many occasions. The Nirgun and Nirakar, for the sake of fulfilling the prayers of the gods, takes attributes and forms and creates a Leela. All the names associated with her different manifestations bear significance to the constituent element of that manifested form. Rajan, I will now humbly try to describe that most pleasing form that manifested from the effulgence, light energy of all the gods. From the radiance of Bhagwan Shankar came her adorable lotus face, white and resplendent like 1,000 suns. The fine, chiseled features were of unparalleled beauty. Her head was crowned with beautiful blue-black hair from the lustre of Yamaraj. The hair was long and lustrous, and the upper locks were waved and curly. The hair was as rich and dense as a black cloud. From the fiery radiance of Agni, she took her 3 eyes, which were long and beautiful, as those of a doe. Her eyes were tricolored, the streak of red, the natural white, and the black of the collyrium. From the glow of Sandhya came her dark and shapely eyebrows like archways leading to the house of Kamdev. Vayu gave 2 shapely ears with the sun and the moon as earrings. The energy of Kuber formed a nose that had the beauty of a newly blossoming champaka flower, which had a nose ornament that excelled the lustre of a star. Prajapati gave sparkling, radiant teeth which resembled jasmine buds of pure knowledge. From Arun, god of dawn, was formed her upper lip, and the lower lip from the glow of Swami Kartik. The dark red color of her lips excelled freshly cut coral in their reflective splendor. From the magnificent stream of light emanating from Shri Vishnu were formed her 18 arms, as soft and cool as a lotus stem. From the lustre of the Vasus came fingers and toes, whose nails gave out such a radiance that all the darkness of ignorance is dispelled from those who prostrate at her feet. The silver light of the moon became her divine breast, and from the brilliance of Indra was formed her abdomen, which has 3 folds in the form of a belt to support her waist. From the glory of Varun was formed her thighs and knees, like a crown shaped from a precious red jewel. From Prithvi came the subtle and hidden parts. Her form below the waist is the Shakti Kuta, the embodiment of the Moola Mantra. O King, in this way, out of the splendor, glory and effulgence of all the gods, this most splendid and magnificent Devi manifested. The sweetness of her voice excelled the veena of Saraswati. Her smile was radiant, and she was a treasure house of beauty. Her forehead shone like the crescent moon, and her eyes possess the luster of the fish that move about in the stream of beauty flowing from her face. Seeing her, the Devas who were troubled by Mahishasura lost their fear and became joyful. Then Shri Vishnu said to the Devas, "Now all the Devas offer to this Devi all types of ornaments, decorations and weapons." Vyasji says, all the Devas immediately began to present the Devi with their arms and weapons, ornaments and garments. The milky ocean presented two divine garments as red as the rising sun, which is dyed with an extract from kusumba blossoms, and a gem-studded necklace with a locket made of pearl. Sagar Devata also gave a crown adorned with rows of Kuruvinda gems which shone like a crore of suns, the sun and moon as ear ornaments, and sparkling gem-studded bangles and bracelets. Vishwakarma offered the most exquisitely crafted kadas and armlets made of gold and embedded with precious gems. Twashta presented the most nirmal, the most pure, gem-studded golden anklets with golden bells which tinkle sweetly. Because her feet defeat lotus flowers in radiance. Twashta was very large-hearted. He also offered a necklace and rings for all her fingers made of the most precious gemstones. Varun presented a mala of lotus flowers which would never wilt or wither. The garland is known as Vaijayanti, is most fragrant and had bumblebees buzzing around it. The Lord of the Himalayas was pleased and gave as her vehicle a majestic lion resplendent with jewels, weapons and rich garments. She was beyond description or comparison because of her unparalleled beauty. Then Shri Vishnu created a chakra out of his own chakra and presented it to the Devi. The glittering chakra had thousands of spokes. It was very efficient in cutting off the heads of the Rakshasas. Shri Shankar produced a powerful trident from his own Trishul and gave it to the Devi. This dispelled the fears of the Devas. Varun took out a conch from his conch. It glistened white and there was a continuous melodious sound coming out of it. He gave this to the Devi. Agni Devata was glowing with joy. He offered to the Devi a formidable, fiery missile. Pavan gave keen arrows in a quiver and a handsome bow which twangled ominously. Indra gave a flashing thunderbolt and a huge bell from the neck of his elephant Airavat. Yama, the god of death, took a rod from the same rod that he uses at the time of annihilation of the world. He offered it to the Devi. Shri Brahma offered a pot filled with holy water of the Ganges. Varun gave a noose. Kal gave a sword and shield. Vishwakarma ground a razor-sharp axe and offered it to the Devi. Kuber offered a golden goblet filled with honey. Varun offered a fragrant garland of lotuses. Twashta offered a heavy mace on which tiny bells were attached. It was capable of pulverizing the Rakshasas. He also gave an impenetrable coat of armor, that is Kavach. Surya offered the brilliance of his rays. When the most auspicious Bhagavati, resplendent with all kinds of ornaments, raiments, and weapons, took her seat on her Vahana, the golden lion, all the gods were overwhelmed and started singing stutis in praise of her. The Devatas said, "We offer everlasting worship to Bhagavati Jagadamba, who is verily Shiva, Kalyani, Shanti, Pushti, and Rudrani. She is also known as Kalaratri, Indrani, Siddhi, Buddhi, Vriddhi and Vaishnavi. To that Bhagavati Amba, our humble pranams. We worship that Bhagavati Parameshwari who abides in the earth, but the earth does not know her. She presides over Prithvi and works out the entire creation. Obeisance to that auspicious, unborn Bhagavati who exists in Maya but is untouched by it, and who exists within the causal as its impetus. O Mother, we are constantly being troubled by the enemy. Please protect us. Only a woman can kill that wicked, proud and evil Danava. He has the power to assume various frightful forms. O compassionate Devi, you are our only refuge and hope. Vyasji says, the Devi was pleased with the worship of the Devas, and a smile radiated from her beautiful face and eyes. She gave an assurance to the Devas. The Devi said, Devas, now do not be afraid any longer. Very soon I will kill this evil Mahishasura in battle. Vyasji says, after saying this, the Devi laughed loudly and in an awesome manner. She said, what a strange world this is, enmeshed in hallucination and spiritual ignorance. Today, all the Devas are in great fear of Mahishasura and their hearts are heaving. Respectable Devas, fate is terrible and formidable and can never be subdued because it has been given total power over time and action. Both happiness and sorrow come under the command of fate or destiny. She laughed with a roaring sound which put fear into the Danavas. The earth trembled and the mountains shook. Tidal waves rose like walls in the ocean. Mount Sumeru shifted from its place. Whistling and howling sounds came from all directions. This sound, which put fear into the Danavas, was the cause of joy to the Devas. They began to sing, Devi, victory to you, please protect us. Mahishasura, who was intoxicated with pride and arrogance in heaven, also heard this awesome sound and became furious. He commanded the Danavas to send a spy to find out the source of that sound which was splitting the eardrums. He said, whoever is making that outrageous noise must be very wicked and arrogant. Whether he is a Deva or a Danava, bring him to me and I will send him into the jaws of death. His days are numbered and I will hasten his journey to the house of Yama. Let the spy come and tell me where this person is and I will go and kill him. Vyasji says, the spies followed the sound and arrived in the presence of the Devi. They saw that she was indescribably beautiful. She had 18 arms and was adorned with ornaments and weapons. She was holding a cup of honey which she was drinking. The Danava spies were filled with awe and began to shake with fear. They ran back to Mahishasura and reported, O Lord of Danavas, an extremely beautiful woman has appeared. She is in the bloom of youth. This Devi is decorated with dazzling raiments and ornaments. She is neither human nor demon. She has 18 arms in which she is carrying all description of weapons, and she is seated on a majestic lion. She is constantly sipping honey from a cup. It appears that she is not married. All the Devas have assembled in the sky and are singing, O Devi, victory to you. Please protect us and destroy our enemies. Master, we were not able to find out who she is, from where she has come, whom she is married to, and what is the purpose of her coming. There is so much light radiating from her that we could not bear to look upon her. She appears dressed for war and presents a fearful sight. Mahishasura spoke to his minister. "You are my prime minister. Take an army and go to this place. Use gentle words and lavish gifts to impress this Devi and bring her to me. If she does not accept, then you may discipline and chastise her, but do not bruise or injure her. Bring her carefully, as I wish to make her my queen. Just hearing about her has fascinated me." Vyasji says, the minister left with elephants, horses, chariots and soldiers. He found he could not approach her. From far off he began to address her in sweet tones. "O fortunate one, my master is unbeatable and invincible. Even the gods cannot cause his death, much less human beings. He makes gentle inquiries about who you are, where you have come from, and what is your desire. O beautiful-eyed one, my lord has been given a boon by Brahmaji, and he is very proud of it. All the Danavas accept his overlordship. He is powerful and can change his form at will. His name is Mahishasura. When he heard of your glorious beauty, he decided to come here himself. But I appeal to you to accompany me to his palace. Please tell me what is your pleasure, and we will act accordingly." Chapter 5, Episodes 10 to 11. Devi speaks to the minister. Minister carries message to Mahishasura. He sends Tamra. Vyasji says, Rajan, the form that the Devi had taken was grand and supreme. After the minister spoke, she smiled and spoke in a voice like thunder. The Devi said, Minister, from my present form, you should understand that I am the mother of the gods. My name is Mahalakshmi. I have manifested for the destruction of all the Danavas. The Devas had prayed to me to kill Mahishasura. He has been tormenting them. Even now, they are not getting their rightful share of the yagyas. That is why I have come here today. I am in the process of destroying him. I am not alone. I have an extensive army. O guiltless one, you have shown respect to me and spoke to me in gentle and welcoming tones. I am pleased with you. Otherwise, my glance is equal to the final dissolution of the universe. Under its effect, your life will end. Now listen to me carefully. Go to that sinful demon Mahishasura and convey this message of mine. If you value your life, go immediately to Patal. If you do not go, then I will finish your wicked life on the battlefield. Your body will be torn to shreds by my arrows. You will have to go to Yamraja's house. Take advantage of my mercy and leave heaven immediately. Otherwise, after you are killed, the Devas will re-enter heaven. It is better for you to give up this earth from ocean to ocean and go to Patal before you become the target for my arrows. If you desire war, then come with all your strength. I am impatient to send you to Yama. O foolish one, in every yuga, I have killed countless demons and Danavas. In the same way, you will become the victim of all my weapons. You have become full of arrogance after receiving the boon from Sri Brahma. Being aware that no male can kill you, you have tortured the great gods. Therefore, it is imperative that Brahma's boon should be actualized. And that is the reason I have assumed this formidable female form and come to end your wicked and sinful life. If you wish to live, then leave heaven and go to Patal where serpents rule. Vyasji says, the minister replied, Devi, you are speaking like an ambitious and arrogant lady. How can you compare yourself with the valiant and brave Mahishasura? Such a war is improper. You are on the threshold of youth. All your limbs are soft and tender. Mahishasura's body is strong and tough. Also, he owns thousands of elephants, horses and chariots, and countless soldiers. He will crush you like an elephant crushes malati flowers. Our master is the greatest enemy of the Devas, but he has high regard for you. That is why I approached you with gifts and gentle speech. Otherwise, for the pride and disrespect you are showing, I should have killed you with my arrows. When my master heard that your beauty pales everything in this world to insignificance, he became fascinated. O you with beautiful eyes, you will reign over his kingdom and his heart. He will be your servant. Give up this fatal anger and create feelings of affection. I prostrate at your feet and entreat you to become his queen. You will preside over the three worlds and all happiness will be yours. Devi said, O minister, according to the Maryadas of the Shastras and from wisdom, I am going to tell you the essence of my worlds. Listen carefully. I have understood that you are the Prime Minister of Mahishasura. From your language, it is evident that you also possess animal intelligence. If you are the minister, then what wisdom can one expect from your master? Both of you are the same. Brahma has matched you well. Foolish one, you have said you have womanly qualities. Think again and look. Do I not have manly qualities as well? From my natural disposition, I have chosen to assume a female form. Your master opted for death by a woman's hand, and therefore I have manifested as a woman. This choice of his proves that he is a great fool and completely ignorant. He is totally devoid of the qualities of bravery and courage. Dying at the hands of a woman may be acceptable to a coward, but for a valiant warrior, it is the biggest disgrace and dishonor. This is the despicable death your Lord and Master has asked for. It is to fulfill this boon that I have taken this female form and come to this place. All that you have said contradicts and opposes the Holy Writ. How can it frighten me? When fate turns unfavorable, even a blade of grass assumes the overpowering strength and keenness of a sword. For someone whose journey into the jaws of death has already begun, what use can be served by amazing armies, weapons, and building fortresses? On the other hand, when fate is favorable, even a sharp sword becomes as soft and harmless as cotton. The moment a soul gets connection to a body, that very moment his joys, sorrows, and death are written. Whatever fate decides about the kind of death a person will die, that is the way he will die. This is irreversible and inevitable. There should be no doubt about this. This rule even governs the gods, including Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh. Then what about the others? If a mortal begins to think, I can never die, then he is a fool of the highest order. His intelligence is dead. Therefore, You go back to your lord and give him my message. Then you may act according to his orders. If you value your lives, give heaven back to Indra. Let the gods have their share of the yagyas, and all of you go to Rasatal, the sixth lowest world according to the Puranas, hell. It is possible that in his foolish arrogance, Mahishasura will not agree to this. Then of course, you can all fight with me. You may be rejoicing in the fact that all the great gods were defeated by you. But this belief is baseless, because as destined, Brahmaji had given such a boon that they would face defeat. Vyasji says, hearing Bhagavati Jagadamba's words, the minister began to ponder within. Now what shall I do? Should I start fighting now or return to my master? He is agitated with fanciful thoughts of marrying this Devi. How can I go back empty-handed? But it would be wise to go and tell him everything and convince him to come here himself. It is not advisable for me to enter into battle with this Devi, because whether I die or I kill her, my master's purpose will not be served. So, the minister decided to go back to Mahishasura carrying the Devi's message. The minister said, O king, the Devi who is seated on the lion is truly very beautiful. She has 18 hands and in each she carries a weapon. She presents an awesome and majestic sight. I told her in very gentle tones to accept you as her lord and that she would reign over the three worlds as queen. At first, she appeared perplexed. Then she laughed very loudly and said, This Mahishasura who has taken birth from a buffalo is lower than an animal. For the benevolence of the gods, I will sacrifice him to the Devi. O foolish one, in this whole world, is there one idiotic woman who will wish to make a buffalo her husband? Then how can a wise and intelligent woman like me even entertain such a thought? Only a she-buffalo with horns should marry a buffalo like him. I cannot bellow like a buffalo and accept him as a husband, but I will meet him on the battlefield. This Mahishasura, who is troubling the gods, will meet his death at my hands. If you wish to live, run away to Patal. O king, she has spoken harsh and severe words to me. I did not wish to spoil your plans, so I did not fight with her. Without your orders, I could not take any decision, whether to fight or to run away. Vyasji says, Mahishasura immediately summoned his elder ministers and said, Ministers, please let me have your views in this matter. Could this be the same Maya that trapped Shambharasura? You are wise and can find solutions. Whom should we appease with praises and gifts so that we get support? The minister said, O king, it is necessary to always speak what is truth as well as pleasing. But many times, the truth is not pleasing even though it is benevolent. It is like an unpleasant medicine which is ultimately benevolent because it relieves illness. It is very rare to find someone who speaks the absolute truth. In the present situation, what can one say? It is impossible to know beforehand which action will succeed and which will fail. Mahishasura said, Let each one speak their mind, then I will take the decision. It is wise to consider the views of all present. Vyasji says, Hearing this, Mahabali Virupaksh spoke, hoping to impress the king. Virupaksh said, O king, this is an ordinary woman. In ego, she is saying things to frighten us. It is the practice of women to exaggerate so that no one will defeat them. But the man who recognizes this untruth and false courage will not fear her. It is shameful for a man to be in fear of a woman. Of course, it is reproachable for a man to kill a woman who is forlorn and pitiable. I will go alone and kill this Devi, so have no fear. I will go armed with weapons and conquer this proud and arrogant woman. I will bind her with serpentine ropes and bring her to you. Vyasji says, Demon Durdarsh supported Virupaksh. He said, Rajan, Virupaksh is right. Please also hear me. It seems this Devi is smitten by the arrow of Kamadev. Women usually behave like this and try to control their master. All her threats are actually overtunes. A man who is well versed in the art of love can recognize these symptoms. When she says she will pierce you with arrows, it actually means glances. A woman's weapon is her glance. So if you go there, you will fall prey to her charms. Allow me to go with gifts, and I will subdue her and bring her to you as your slave. Vyasji says, hearing these two Danavas, a third one, Tamra, said, Rajan, please give me also a hearing. There is a lot of truth and substance in what I am going to say. This Devi appears to be very intelligent. She has not come here under the influence of Kamdev's arrows. All that she has spoken should not be misconstrued as coy signals. She has come alone and unattended. This is amazing. She is adorned with 18 arms. No one in the three worlds has ever seen a Devi with 18 arms. In every arm, she is carrying a weapon of destruction. To me, it seems to be the play of fate. Some unfavorable event is about to happen. I also had an ominous dream last night. From this, I fear that Yama is setting up camp here. It was after midnight that I saw in my dream a woman dressed in a black sari, wailing and lamenting. This message of death should be considered seriously. Events have already started taking shape. This Devi has appeared and is calling you to battle. Rajan, she is neither a human, nor a Gandharvi, nor an Asuri. She has been created by the Maya of the gods. It is her quality to charm and deceive. In the circumstances, it is not advisable to be cowardly and refuse to fight. We must go to war with her. Whatever has to happen will definitely happen. We cannot know whether the fruit of fate will be success or failure. A prudent man should maintain his balance and remain confident. Rajan, life and death is totally under the control of destiny. There is no one in these three worlds who can defeat it. Mahishasura said, Tamra, make preparations and go. Defeat that Devi and bring her to me. If she resists, do not kill her. Try some other means to get her under your control. Observe her and find out what is the real purpose of her visit. Vyasji says, Tamra's head had just become the seat for death. He took his army and left. On the way, he saw many omens of death and his mind was filled with fear. Then he saw the Devi. She was enthroned on the lion and the Devas were singing stutis. Tamra assumed a humble stance and went before the Devi and said, My lord Mahishasura, who bears beautiful horns on his head, is very impressed with your beauty and your qualities. He is also the overlord of the Devas. Do not lose this opportunity. Accept him as your lord, and he will lay at your feet all the happiness of the three worlds. Why should you burden these delicate arms with weapons? You should be garlanding them with flowers. When your glances are so powerful, why do you need arrows? War is the cause of all sorrows in this world. Why should one expose the body to be pierced with weapons? Therefore, Devi, form an alliance with my Lord. Even the Devas and Danavas respect and fear him. He will elevate you to the position of his queen and shower all kinds of favors on you. Your children will rule the three worlds, so you can ensure happiness not only in your youth but also in your old age. Chapter 5, Episodes 12-13. Tamra runs back. Mahishasura sends Vashkal and Durmukh, who are killed. Vyasji says, hearing Tamra's words, the Devi smiled. She replied to him in thunderous tones. The Devi said, Tamra, your stupid master is now embracing death. Kamdev has succeeded in putting his arrows into him. Go and tell him that I am not like the buffalo who gave him birth, who eats grass and gets fat, who has a long tail, big belly, and horns on the head. I have no desire to even make Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, Indra, Varun, Kuber and Agni as my husband. What quality can ever make me accept an animal as a husband? I am not a woman who chooses her husband. My husband is eternal and forever present. He is the doer, the witness, the non-doer, desireless, and his form is attributeless, unselfish, eternal, unsupported, and has no basis, as he is the base of everything, all-knowing, all-powerful, entire and auspicious. He is the embodiment of peace and forgiveness. He is omniscient and without any illusion, such as mistaking the unreal for real. Can I leave such a perfect husband for Mahishasura? You better be careful how you fight. I will make you a vehicle for Yama, or I will give you a burden of transporting water to the people of the three worlds. O mean and low one, if you value your life, better take all the Danavas and go to Patal. Otherwise, you cannot escape death on the battlefield. It is only when two people have equal qualities that they can live happily in this world. Otherwise, if a foolish person has ambitions of a disproportional alliance, he will have to suffer sorrows. Your head is filled with stones. So, you are asking me to accept your Lord. Can you not see who I am and who that horned animal is? Either you go away or fight. You may do as you wish. I will certainly kill you. Vyasji says, saying this, the Devi made dangerous sounds. It was such a loud sound that the earth trembled, the mountains shook, and the wives of the demons went into labor. Tamra was terrified and ran back to Mahishasura. The whole Daitya kingdom became fearful. The sound was so deafening. Even the golden lion began to roar. The Bhairavnath, that is the sound of doom, caused every nerve to bristle with fear. Seeing the return of Tamra, Mahishasura got dazed. He discussed with his ministers, should we hide in the fortress, should we fight, or should we run away? In matters of state, a king always consults his ministers. If the advice of the ministers is not taken, the king and kingdom go into destruction. Therefore, you should now give your advice for the benefit of the country. Why has this Devi come here alone and unsupported? And why is she constantly calling us to battle? No doubt, it is impossible to know beforehand the outcome of a war. Those who favor action say there is no such thing as fate and destiny because no one has ever seen it. Only cowards take refuge in leaving everything to fate. So, ponder over these two lines of thought and give me your decision. Vyasji says, the demon Vidalaksh said, Lord, we must again find out under whose orders this Devi has come and from where, whom she is married to. You can only be killed by a woman. The Devas are aware of this. It is they who have combined their energies into this Devi and sent her here. All of them are hiding in the skies in anticipation of watching a war. When the occasion arises, they will all come to her aid. From Vishnu onwards, they will make her the chief and kill all of us. And then she will kill you. Maharaj, this is my understanding of the situation. I cannot foresee the result of the war. My advice is that we should not fight. I cannot say more than this. You are of course our master. We will die for you. It is our duty. But the most amazing and puzzling thing is that despite being alone and unsupported, she is calling for war. Durmukh said, King, I am convinced that we will be victorious. I will destroy this Maya-filled Devi that the Devas have created. Do not fear. As for the minister's advice, I have this to say. There are three kinds of ministers. Those who are Sattvic always put the master's interest first and never oppose his orders. They are faithful and obedient. Then there are the Rajasic ministers who are always weighing situations and expressing diverse views. They only do what they want, even if it jeopardizes the master. Sometimes they even form alliance with the enemy and divulge secret information. They are ambitious and sly and give harmful advice to their master. The Tamasic ministers are even lower and baser. They are always steeped in sinful acts. Trust me and have no fear. I will go and face this Devi. Vyasji says, Vashkal and Durmukh left on their quest. They were full of pride and self-confidence. When they reached, they saw the Devi sitting on a lion. They spoke in a loud voice, Devi, our king has vanquished the gods. He is the Lord of the three worlds. He will come to meet you in the form of a handsome man, well dressed and well decorated. Other women are dying out of desire for him. If you marry him, you will be most fortunate. Shri Devi said, O wicked creatures, do you think I am some ordinary female ensnared in the chains of lust and fascination, and that I will marry Mahishasura? Women who belong to respectable lineage, who are virtuous and chaste, will look for the same qualities in a husband. In fact, he should be superior to her in appearance, intelligence, character and nature. This Mahishasura is always in the form of an animal, and even among animals, his breed is considered inferior. Then which woman will accept him as a husband? You Vashkal and you Durmukh, go back immediately to that lord of yours who keeps wallowing in dust like an elephant. Go and tell him, you go to Patal or else come and fight with me. It is only a war which will restore Indra's confidence. This is the truth. I will go away only after killing you. I cannot leave before that. O intolerable fool, ponder over my words and do whatever you desire. You four-footed animal, before my victory, there is no place on earth, no cave in the mountains, and nowhere in the sky that you can hide. Vyasji says, when the Devi said this, the two Danavas, Vashkal and Durmukh, became furious and red-eyed with arrogance. They began shooting arrows at the Devi. The Devi had to fulfill the Devas' prayers. She sent back a hail of arrows. Vashkal faced the Devi first, and a terrible fight started with arrows, swords, and spears. The Devi used her crescent arrow and broke his bow into pieces. He came jumping with a mace. The Devi also used a mace and dropped him to the ground. He rose again and charged. The Devi became angry, and with her trishul, she wounded him mortally in the chest. Vashkal fell down dead. Durmukh appeared on the scene. He wore armor and was in a chariot. Devi sounded the conch and twangled her bowstring. There ensued a fierce fight. Rivers of blood flowed, and with it, the heads of warriors looked like the guards which Yama's messengers use when they learn swimming. The battlefield presented a horrific sight. Bodies were strewn all over, and scavenging birds and animals were closing in. The smell of death was in the air. Seeing all this, Durmukh lost his wits. He again suggested to the Devi that she should drink wine, surrender the war, and accept the proposal of Mahishasura. Devi Bhagavati said, "Death is dancing on your head. You are blinded by fate. Enjoy all your meaningless talk. I will directly send you to the house of Yama, as I have just sent Vashkal. Then I will make preparations to kill Mahishasura." Durmukh had come to meet his death. He began to fight again. The Devi used 5 arrows and shot his chariot to splinters. He picked up his mace and ran towards the Devi. He hit the lion on the head. The lion stood firm. The Devi took her sword and cut Durmukh's head off from his body. The Devas began to shout Jai Jaikars and then bowed their heads and sang stutis. They showered flowers from the heavens. The Rishis, Gandharvas, Kinnaras, and other saints rejoiced with the Devas. Chapter 5, Episode 14-15. Death of Chiksur, Tamraksh, and Vidalaksh. Vyasji says, Mahishasura could not believe when he heard that Durmukh and Vashkal had been killed. He said, "What has happened? My 2 bravest and strongest warriors have been killed by a woman." This proves that all beings are dependent on destiny. Only destiny has the power to mete out happiness and sorrow in proportion to good and bad deeds of the past. Now again, all of you consider the matter and give me your decision as to what action has to be taken. Vyasji says, when Mahishasura finished speaking, his army chief Chiksur said, "What is so difficult about killing a woman? I will go and finish her off." Saying this, he mounted his chariot and left with an army. He made Tamra his bodyguard. He arrived with a lot of noise and dust. The Devi, the most auspicious Bhagavati Jagadamba, had already sounded the conch, the bell, and the twang of the bowstring. These sounds created fear in the hearts of the Asura army. They turned to run away when Chiksur bellowed at them. "What is so fearful about a mere woman? I will send her to Yampuri shortly." He picked up his bow and spoke to the Devi. "O you with large and beautiful eyes, you may cause fear to ordinary beings with your roaring sounds, but you do not scare me. It is a sin to kill a woman, and it earns reproach and dishonor. So the idea of killing you is fading from my mind. For women, coy glances and amorous gestures are enough to win a war. You have lost your senses. That is why you are calling for war instead of love. War is ugly. Swords flash, maces smash, and gleaming arrows cut bodies to shreds. Contrary poets glorify death on the battlefield and claim that it merits a place in heaven. Do not believe it. I would advise you to leave all this and go wherever you wish, or else become the queen of King Mahishasura." Vyasji says, the Devi interrupted him and said, "O foolish one, you are trying to speak like a wise Pandit. You neither know the science of ethics, nor do you know the science of logic. You have not studied under patriarchs and elders, and you have no wisdom of your own. You have only served foolish people and have become foolish yourself. When you do not know Rajdharam, duties of a sovereign, why are you indulging in useless talk? Mahishasura will definitely be killed by me on the battlefield, and there will be a mire of blood and sand. The pillar of righteousness will be established. After that, I will be satisfied and I will leave. The wicked demon has become arrogant and is aggressing the Devas. It is my foremost duty to kill him. You be warned and fight carefully." Vyasji says, the foolish demon began to shoot arrows at the Devi. The arrows that the Devi shot were like venomous serpents, all causing painful punctures in the skin. Then she hit him with a mace, and he fainted, falling like a rock into his chariot. Seeing this, Tamra came to face the Devi. She laughed loudly and said, "Come, come, I am making arrangements to send all of you to Yampuri. You have become weak and your lifespan is also at an end. What purpose is served by sending you? What arrangements is Mahishasura making at home for extending his life? Even if I kill you, my work is not complete, because that wicked demon who is terrorizing the Devas still lives. Therefore, it is better for you to go back and send Mahishasura. He can see for himself the situation." Tamra swelled with anger. He also started shooting arrows at the Devi. She rained sharp arrows on him. In the meanwhile, Chiksur came out of his swoon and he also joined the fight. Tamra had a heavy pole made of iron. He hit the lion with it and began to laugh. This enraged the Devi. She picked up her gleaming sword and knocked his head off. Chiksur picked up a sword and rushed at the Devi. The Devi released 5 quick arrows. The first one broke his sword, the second severed his arm, and the other 3 cut off his head. In this way, these 2 evil and invincible Danavas were killed by the Devi. The Devas rejoiced and showered the Devi with fragrant flowers. The Devas, the Rishis, Munis, Gandharvas, and all other divine beings began to sing the Jai Jaikar of the Devi. Mahishasura was shocked and dazed with the news of the killing of Chiksur and Tamraksh. He sent his best warriors, Asiloma and Vidalaksh. They had never been defeated in battle. When they saw the Devi, they were struck by her form. She was seated on a fearsome lion. She had 18 arms and weapons of all description. Asiloma said, "Devi, tell me the truth. For what purpose have you come, and why are you killing these innocent Daityas? I am willing to make a treaty with you. I will give you all the gold, gems, and precious metals that you want. Then you may go. Why do you wish to fight? You are so delicate that even flowers, if thrown at you, might injure you. I am amazed at how you are bearing the burden of all these weapons. The law of this world is to embrace happiness and renounce sorrow. Even happiness is of two kinds. Spiritual happiness is eternal, and the happiness of worldly pleasures is short-lived. If you are aware of the basic principles of life, you will know that one should avoid war. This youth is very transient, so while you are still young and beautiful, you should enjoy the pleasures of life. You must not indulge into actions which cause pain to others. The Daityas have not harmed you in any way, so why do you wish to kill them?" The Devi said, "O you with powerful arms, your first question is why I have come here. I will answer this, and then tell you why I am killing the Danavas. Daitya, I roam the entire creation and am always present everywhere. I watch, as a witness, all the deeds, good and bad, being performed by every living being. I have no desires, I have no greed, and I bear no malice to anyone. In order to preserve the maryadas of dharma and to protect the saints, I descend on this earth from time to time. Protection of the just, preservation of the Vedas, and destruction of evil forces is my natural disposition. That is why I take various incarnations. In every yuga, all the incarnations that come are through me. Mahishasura is wicked. He is constantly trying to kill the Devas. I know this, and therefore I have come here for the sole purpose of killing him. You may stay and fight if you wish, or you can go back to Mahishasura and give him this message of mine. Why are you sending other Daityas? Come here yourself and fight. Maybe he will decide to come and fight. My advice to all of you is to renounce all your hostility and go back to Patal. After giving back to the Devas all that you misappropriated from them, you should go and live happily in Patal, which is ruled by Prahalad." Vyasji says, Asiloma turned to Vidalaksh and in the Devi's presence asked him what they should do. Vidalaksh said, "Even though death is imminent, we cannot leave. Our master will never give up. That is why he has sent us here. The dharma of those who are servile is a difficult one. We cannot have our own desires and pride. We have to always obey the master. He directs us like puppets. How can we go and say these words to him, which are unpleasant and unacceptable to him? He will never agree to return all the possessions to the Devas and go back to Patal. We should not speak lies, but we cannot also speak truths which are unpleasant. The best truth is that which is not only pleasing but also benevolent. If the truth is not pleasing, then it is better to remain silent. it is our dharma not to mislead the king by speaking untruths. If we go there and give the message, he will surely fly in rage. Therefore, it is better to stay here and fight. Let us accept death as a part of our duties and continue our efforts to please our master and fulfill his orders. Vyasji says, Asiloma and Vidalaksh decided to stay on and fight. They get into their chariots, picked up their bows and began shooting arrows at the Devi. Vidalaksh was in the forefront. He shot 7 arrows. The Devi sent 3 quick arrows, all of which struck him. He was mortally injured and fell out of his chariot onto the ground. As was his fate, he did not survive his injuries. He died by the hands of the Devi. Asiloma picked up his bow and advanced. He held up his right hand and spoke respectfully to the Devi. He said, O Devi, the Danavas are wicked and unprincipled. I can see that the time for their destruction has come. But, being a loyal subject, I have to fight this war. Mahishasura is very foolish. He has no discretion. One cannot speak the truth before him if it is not pleasing to him. Therefore, in accordance with dharma of the warriors, death is acceptable to me, whether it is auspicious or inauspicious. In my understanding, fate is supreme. Ego is contemptible. Nothing can be accomplished by exerting one's own valor and energy. That is why all the Danavas are falling to your arrows. Saying this, he started shooting arrows. Devi Bhagavati cut every arrow in mid-air. Then she sent a hail of sharp arrows which hit him with precision. His body was riddled with holes and blood flowed in gushes. But still, he picked up his iron mace and rushed towards the Devi. In anger, he banged the mace on the lion's head. The lion disregarded this and tore his chest with his sharp claws. Asiloma jumped on to the lion and tried to attack Devi Bhagavati Jagadamba. Rajan, the Devi turned on him and cut off his head with her razor-sharp sword. His body fell to the ground with a huge thud. There was chaos in the Danava army. The Devas filled the air with Devi Ki Jai. Most of the Danavas were lying dead on the battlefield. Those who moved were killed by the lion. Some injured Danavas managed to escape and foolishly went back to Mahishasura. They began to wail, Maharaj, Asiloma and Vidalaksh have been killed. Please save us. Those who were left have been devoured by the Devi's lion. Mahishasura sank into desperation and desolation. Black clouds of despair gathered over him. Chapter 5, Episode 16-17. Mahishasura goes before Devi, quotes the story of Mandodri. Vyasji says, hearing the account of the soldiers, Mahishasura flew into a rage. Bring me that chariot of mine, to which 1,000 donkeys can be harnessed, which is decorated with flags and banners, which is equipped with weapons, and which has strong axles and wheels. His charioteer returned with the best vehicle, which was not only full equipped but plated in silver. Mahishasura assumed human form. He thought, I am a buffalo and I have horns, and my appearance is fearful. The Devi will not like me. To impress a female, one must look attractive and smart. Therefore, I will make myself handsome and she will certainly be charmed. Also, it is in my own interest that I should do this. So he dressed himself in brilliant robes and adorned himself with rich jewels and armlets. He sat in the chariot holding bow and arrows. He resembled a second Karambh, god of love. Swollen with pride and arrogance, he arrived in the presence of Bhagavati Jagadamba. His appearance was such that any woman would be drawn to him. When the Devi saw that Daityaraj Mahishasura had arrived, accompanied by many brave warriors, she began to sound the conch, that is Shankadwani. This is the sound which causes wonderment to all who hear it. But Mahishasura continued to approach the Devi and laughingly said, It is the nature of this world to constantly change. Devi, whoever lives in it, whether man or woman, is always searching for comfort and happiness. But only alliance or connection can give happiness. Remaining separate or detached does not give any happiness. Alliances are of various kinds. I will tell you. Listen. Some places are so conducive that connections get formed. In other situations, the alliance gets formed naturally. From my wisdom, I will tell you about the different kinds of relationships of love. The highest love is that which parents have for their children. The second is love between brothers and sisters. The love which gives the maximum happiness is considered the foremost. Learned men have said that a boat carries many people. Even though they are diverse in their natures, they stay together out of necessity. Any happiness they get from this togetherness is short-lived and is classified as the least. The requirement for mutual happiness in an alliance is equality in intelligence and prowess, beauty and form, temperament, attributes, and family background. If you make an alliance with me, then you can be assured of the highest joy and happiness. O pleasing one, according to my desires, I can change innumerable forms. Indra and all the gods have been defeated by me. Whatever riches and heavenly jewels I have in my palace can all be yours. You can also distribute them as you please. O beautiful Devi, accept my offer and become my queen. I am willing to accept your servitude, that is Dasta. I will agree to your wish and stop tormenting the Devas. I will respect whatever desires you have to make you happy. O Devi who speaks in sweet tones, you have large, beautiful eyes. Your every wish is my command. You have infatuated me with your beauty. I have become restless and impatient and have come before you. The arrows of Kamadev have wounded me grievously. Please help me. It is the foremost dharma to alleviate the sorrows of those who come to you for refuge. Your dark eyebrows are enhancing your beauty. O Devi with the slim waist, it is I who am your servant. I am willing to put myself at your service. For the rest of my life, I will speak the truth and never break my promise. O beautiful one, have mercy on me. From the day of my birth till today, I have never been so desperate and forlorn. Even in encounters with Brahma and other powerful gods, I was never crushed. It is only before you that I am accepting your authority. Brahma and all the gods are aware of my superiority and prowess on the battlefield. The same I am here before you, ready to be your servant. Please turn your attention on me. Vyasji says, Mahishasura was rambling on in this meaningless way. Adorned with the most pleasing and beautiful form, Bhagavati Chandika's face lit up with a most divine smile. She laughed lightly and began to speak. The Devi said, Except Param Purush Paramatma, the God Almighty, no one is acceptable to me. It is only He that I desire. Creation of the entire universe is my primary concern. That Almighty God is the Supreme Spirit. His attention is always on me because I am His pure desire. My form is auspicious. Because of His proximity, the ever-present Chaitanya flows constantly from my lotus feet. Whoever comes in contact with Chaitanya can be likened to inert iron which comes into contact with a magnet and gets magnetized. Worldly pleasures hold no attractions for me. O foolish one, your mind is very base and stupid. That is why you are desirous of the pleasures of relationship with women. Indeed, a woman is said to be the most tenacious and inflexible chain to bind a man. He who is bound by iron chains can cut loose, but for those who are trapped in a woman's chains, find it impossible to escape. Why are you craving for the female bondage? If you wish for happiness, keep peace in your heart. Peace and balance is the only way to happiness. Forming an attachment with a woman is full of difficulties. Knowing this, why are you making foolish suggestions? Leave your enmity with the Devas and roam free in the world. Patal is a better place for you to live. You can even fight a war if you so wish. There is no shortage of Shakti in me. O Danava, it is the prayer of the Devas which has brought me here to kill you. As the fruits of your verbal praise and offer of friendship to me, I am telling you this truth. While you are still alive and well, leave this place and go away. By walking 7 steps together, friendship develops. Therefore, I grant you your life. O warrior, if you are desirous of death, then you can gladly fight. You will die at my hands, there is no doubt in this. Vyasji says, after Bhagavati Jagadamba spoke, a totally infatuated Mahishasura began to speak in sweet tones in a very gentle voice. O beautiful woman of most pleasing form, I am afraid to attack you because you are a woman. You are so beautiful and delicate. Anyone who beholds you will be filled with admiration. This form of yours causes Vishnu, Shankar and Brahma and all others to be steeped in bliss and worship. Then, O lotus-eyed one, is it fitting for me to enter into battle with you? Therefore, if it pleases you, become my consort and pay homage and devotion to me, or return safely to the place from where you have come. I will not use weapons against you because you have declared friendship with me. I have spoken for your benevolence. Therefore, it is for your good if you leave and go away. Killing a beautiful woman will not give me any glory. There is no penance that can be done to atone for the killing of a woman, child, or realized being, Brahmin. Therefore, I am thinking of taking you home with me. If I try to use force, it will be of no use, because It will cause a hindrance in giving the happiness of a union. You have lustrous hair. This is the reason I am speaking to you in humble, gentle, and prayerful tones. To always be in the company of one's beloved is the greatest happiness for man. So also it is for a woman. One can experience happiness only in togetherness, not by being separated. You are a beautiful woman. The ornaments that adorn you enhance your beauty. From where has this shrewdness come which makes you refuse and spurn my offer to become my queen? Who has advised you to remain detached from these pleasures? O sweet-voiced Devi, some adversary has betrayed you, and that is why you are disillusioned. Leave your obstinacy and accept this most gracious offer. It is absolutely certain that our alliance will give us all the happiness and pleasures of the world. It is only by being together that Vishnu Lakshmi, Brahma Savitri, Shankar Parvati, and Indra Shachi complement and embellish each other. Is there any woman who can stay separate from her husband and enjoy lifelong happiness? From where did you get example and advice which makes you refuse my proposal to be your husband? I wonder where Karambh has gone, otherwise he could have influenced you with his 5 arrows. Later, you will regret and rue this decision. You will suffer the same fate as Mandodari. She received an offer from a very handsome, strong and brave king, but she refused. And then, when her heart and mind became filled with desire for marriage, she had to become the wife of a fool. Vyasji says, Bhagavati Jagadamba asked Mahishasura, who was this Mandodari, and who was the king she refused? What was the name of the foolish and fraudulent king whom she finally married? Tell me this story in detail. Mahishasura said, there was a country on earth called Singhal. It had dense forests and every corner was full of riches and food grains. Chandrasen ruled as king. He was very dharmic, just and peaceful, and looked after all the requirements of his subjects. He was always in search of pure knowledge. He had made a study of all the scriptures. He was an accomplished warrior. He had a dutiful and pious queen called Gunavati. She bore a beautiful daughter, and the king and all the subjects rejoiced. He held a big celebration for the naming ceremony. They called the girl Mandodari. She grew more beautiful every day, like the waxing moon. When she reached maturity, the king began to look for a suitable husband for her. At that time, there was a very illustrious king named Sudhanva, who ruled Madradesh, lying between the rivers Ravi and Jhelum. He had a son who was famous by the name of Kambugriv. The Brahmins told King Chandrasen that this handsome and brave Kambugriv was the most compatible match for Mandodari. He had all the qualities desirable in a king, and he is also well versed in the art of governance. The king went to his dear wife Gunavati and said, I have found a most suitable groom for our daughter. His name is Kambugriv. What is your view in the matter? The queen agreed with her husband and went to speak to her daughter Mandodari. Your father has chosen a husband for you. His name is Kambugriv. Do you agree to this marriage? Mandodari said, I will not accept this match. I have no desire to marry. I will take a vow to remain a virgin all my life. Mother, I want freedom of movement. I want to spend all my time in tapasya. This ocean of worldly pleasures and attachments is the cause of pain and difficulties. Wise and learned men have said that freedom from worldly attachments is the main requirement for achieving moksha. I have no interest in marriage and husband. During the marriage ceremony, one has to make a vow in the presence of Agni that, O husband, in every way I am surrendered to you. Then, in the in-laws' house, one has to be subservient to mother-in-law and brother-in-law and others. Chapter 5, Episodes 18-19. Devi kills Mahishasura, Devas sing stutis. Mahishasura kept talking. Mandodari had a younger sister. Her name was Indumati. When she reached marriageable age, her father, King Chandrasen, held a Swayamvar. Kings from far and wide came to attend. Princess Indumati placed the garland on a powerful-looking king. He was very handsome and also had all royal qualities. At that moment, Mandodari felt desire growing within her. She became restless. Her eye fell on a Shudra king, that is, a fourth caste among the Hindus. He was a wicked man, but his appearance was very smart. As was her fate, she became attracted to him. She sent a message to her father to perform her marriage also, as she had selected a husband. The king was very happy, and Mandodari was married to King Charudeshna. A big dowry was also given. The new bridegroom was extremely happy and went back to Madradesh with Mandodari. For many days, Mandodari spent happy times with King Charudeshna. But he was a man of evil purpose and bad conduct, and Mandodari discovered this. She was filled with repentance and disgust. She remembered that during her own Swayamvar, she had seen this same king and felt repulsion. But under the influence of desire, she chose the same man. I have been deceived. Now, what can I do except feel sad? This Charudeshna is shameless, cruel, and full of guile. How can I feel any love for him? My life is accursed and meaningless. Up till now, I was free from the sorrows of worldly attachments. That which I should never have done has happened, and these are the fruits which I have to accept. If I give up my life, it will be an unforgivable suicide. If I go immediately to my father's house, I will be an object of ridicule to my friends. Therefore, I must accept my fate and continue to live here. Time is a powerful healer. I will gradually be able to renounce all desires. Mahishasura continued speaking. The unfortunate Mandodari stayed on in her wicked husband's house. Every moment was filled with sorrow and repentance. Worldly pleasures were as good as gone. Therefore, O beautiful and auspicious one, by insulting and spurning a king like me, do you also wish to languish in the house of a mean and cruel husband? Accept my good advice. It is benevolent for a woman to marry me. If you refuse, you will also face unbearable sorrows. There is no doubt about this. Devi said, O silly and foolish one, you better run away to Patal or face me in battle. After killing you, I will destroy all the Asuras and leave completely happy and satisfied. Whenever saints and holy persons are faced with difficulties, I incarnate myself for the protection. Daitya, understand this. I am eternally formless and I am unborn. But for the sake of my devotees, I take birth and form. Mahishasura, my words are infallible. Take notice. In answer to the prayers of the Devas, I have manifested purely to destroy you. As soon as I kill you, I will disappear. Therefore, you either fight or go to Patal, which is the abode of Asuras. I am now going to kill you. This is the truth. Vyasji says, hearing the words spoken by Bhagavati Jagadambika, Mahishasura picked up his bow and entered the battlefield. He fitted sharp arrows and pulled the bowstring up to his ear. Then he let fly a barrage of arrows. The Devi cut every arrow that he shot. A fierce battle started between Mahishasura and Devi Jagadamba. The Devas and Danavas watched and prayed for victory. Suddenly, Durdhar jumped in and tried to distract the Devi by shooting arrows at her. The tips of the arrows had been dipped in poison. This infuriated Devi Bhagavati. She aimed luminous flashing arrows at Durdhar and killed him. His lifeless body fell to the earth like a mountain. Seeing the fall of Durdhar, Trinetra came in and aimed 7 arrows at the Devi. Before the arrows could reach, Bhagavati Jagadamba cut them in mid-air with her sharp arrows. With her Trishul, Devi cut Trinetra to shreds. The next to come was Andhak. He was armed with an iron mace. He struck the Devi's Vahana, the lion, on the head. Andhak was a strong fighter, but the lion tore him with his claws and began to eat his flesh. Mahishasura was astonished and stunned to see the destruction of so many of his brave warriors. He made the Devi the target of his arrows. Before the arrows touched her, the Devi cut all his arrows to pieces and then used her mace and injured him on the chest. To the Devas, Mahishasura was like a thorn in the flesh. When he was hit with the mace, he almost lost consciousness, but he overcame the shock and pain and rushed to attack. He banged his mace on the head of the lion. This enraged the lion and he reared up to claw him. Mahishasura immediately took the form of a lion and rushed at the lion. When the Devi saw that Mahishasura had changed his form into that of a lion, she became furious. The Devi had a collection of most lethal arrows, some of which were like venomous serpents. She sent a rain of arrows on him. He immediately changed himself into a mountainous elephant, mad and intoxicated in rut. Then he turned into a man and picked up the peak of a mountain and hurled it at the Devi Chandika. Devi Jagadamba pulverized the mountain top as it approached and laughed in derision. He once more turned into an elephant. The Devi's lion leaped up and sat on his head and began tearing him with his claws. Mahishasura changed into a fabulous deer having 8 legs and myriad horns, that is, Sharab, and attacked the lion. Devi picked up her sword and struck him on the head. He also managed to bruise the Devi. Finally, he took his original form of a ferocious buffalo with strong, powerful horns. He began to hit the Devi with his horns and swishing tail. He roared with laughter and using his tail as a sling, he began to shoot stones at the Devi. Full of pride and arrogance, he said, "Devi, beware! You of beautiful form and youthful energy. Today I am certainly going to kill you. You have lost your senses. That is why you are challenging me. Because of this illusion, all your efforts are getting wasted and your energy is becoming depleted. After killing you, I will kill all those crafty devas who used a woman to fight for their cause. Devi said, O proud and foolish one, don't be too ambitious. Just wait and watch. I will kill you and remove all fear from the hearts of the devas. Vyasji says, in that instant, Bhagavati Chandika picked up the Trishul and charged Mahishasura. This caused great joy among the devas. They began to sing stutis to the Devi and rained gentle flowers on her. They chanted songs of victory and beat drums. From the skies, the battle was being watched by rishis, Gandharvas, Nagas, Kinnars, who are a class of demigods having the head of a horse, and Charans, divine bards. Mahishasura knew all the strategies of guile and fraud. He was assuming innumerable illusory forms and causing injury to the Devi Jagadamba. Then Devi Chandika, whose eyes had turned red with anger, hit him in the chest with her Trishul. He fell to the ground. It appeared as if his life had ebbed. But all of a sudden, he stood up and continued his attack, kicking and flailing. Each time he kicked, he roared with thunderous laughter. The devas began to be fearful. Devi Bhagavati then took her most trusted weapon, the chakra with 1,000 spokes and teeth. Mahishasura was in front of her. In a loud and awesome voice, she said, O drunk and intoxicated fool, look at this chakra. It will sever your head from your body. You have only an instant to live. Prepare to go to Yamlok, that is the abode of Yama, god of death. Thus saying, the Devi Bhagavati Chandika released the chakra. It flew straight at Mahishasura and cut off his head. The blood gushed around from his neck like a waterfall from a mountain. His headless body reeled and fell to the earth. Cries of victory resounded in the heavens. The Devi's Vahana was extremely strong and powerful. He began to voraciously devour the demons who were running away from the battlefield. After the death of the wicked Mahishasura, the remaining Danavas were paralyzed with fear. They headed straight for Patal. Then the Devas, Rishis, Munis, saints and other men began to live in peace. Bhagavati Chandika disappeared and began to dwell in a holy place. It is the nature of Bhagavati to bestow happiness on the gods. In gratitude, all the Devas reached that place to sing her praises. That is Devi Aradhana. The Devas said, O Devi, it is only by your Shakti that Brahma is able to perform his duty of creation, Vishnu of preservation, and at the time of dissolution, Shankar performs destruction. At any time, if you withdraw your Shakti, they will be rendered ineffectual. Therefore, the creation, preservation, and destruction is entirely dependent on you. Kirti, honor, Mati, intellect, Smriti, memory, Gati, pace, Karuna, compassion, Daya, mercy, Shraddha, faith, Dhriti, stability, Vasudha, earth, Kamala, wealth, Ajapa, silent utterance, Pushti, nourishment, Kala, technique, Vijaya, victory, Girija, Ganges, Jaya, triumph, Tushti, satisfaction, Prama, perception, Buddhi, wisdom, Uma, brilliance, Rama, charm, vidya, knowledge, kshama, forgiveness, kanti, splendor, and medha, comprehension. All these names belong to you. This is known in all the three worlds. O Jagadambe, you give protection to the whole world. Is there anyone who can be separated from your energy and still hope to be effective? O Bhagavati, verily, you are the support of the universe. Otherwise, how can Kachap, tortoise, and Sheshnag get the Shakti to support the earth? Mother, the earth is not separate from you. If it is separate, how can it maintain its orbit unsupported in the cosmos? Providing nourishment to all living things is also entirely done by you. The 7 material causes and the 16 causes of change or alteration in nature, that is Prakriti and Vikriti, are a part of you. And by being connected, the entire living world exists. Therefore, it is you who gives life. Without discrimination, you sustain the gods and others in equal measure. O Mother, in a garden, many trees are planted for enjoyment and amusement. Many do not bear fruits or flowers and are only fit for cutting down. But a good gardener will never like to cut down trees which he himself has planted. That is why you do not discriminate between Devas and Daityas and are always ready to do anything for their benevolence. You are brimming with compassion. Those enemies who covet the celestial maidens are destroyed by you in battle only on the prayers of those maidens. The most profound and remarkable thing is that the powerful demons could have been destroyed merely by your will, but you deemed to take an incarnation to accomplish it. It is nothing but your divine play, entirely at your will and pleasure. O Divine Mother, knowledge, which is the giver of happiness, and non-knowledge, which is the giver of sorrow, are both your forms. It is your nature to alleviate the sufferings which are a part of being born a mortal. Those superior beings who are desirous of moksha constantly engage themselves in your worship. Those foolish ones who are engrossed in worldly attractions never experience this joy and bliss. Brahma, Vishnu and Shankar and all the gods are continuously absorbed in the worship of your holy lotus feet. The foolish and most unfortunate man who does not even feel the desire to worship you will forever keep falling into the ocean of worldly attachments and attractions. O Devi Chandika, it is from the dust of your lotus feet that Brahma started the creation of the universe, that Vishnu started his job of preservation, and Shankar accomplishes his act of destruction and dissolution. The person who does not worship you as the primordial Shakti is most unfortunate and wretched. O Devi, verily you are the power of speech of both the Devas and the Danavas. If you did not abide in their mouths, they would be bereft of the power of speech. Even after being equipped with the organs of speech, anyone who remains separated from you will not be able to speak. Bhagavati, it is most amazing that even demons become objects of compassion for you. On the battlefield, the fortunate ones who are killed by your weapons become entitled to enter heaven. Otherwise, as a punishment for their evil deeds, they would permanently languish in hell and face trials and tribulations. Your attributes are boundless and beyond description. Even now, no one has been able to fully comprehend you. You are beyond the mind, as mind is your creation. In Satya Yuga, there is a predominance of Sattva Guna. Therefore, there is no faith or support for unholy texts which impart impure knowledge. But in Kali Yuga, vain and self-conceited authors and poets try to push you into oblivion, ignore your existence, and compose stutis and verses in praises of those lesser gods whom you yourself have created. You who grant moksha as a reward are beyond knowledge, and you give the experience of yoga. The Sattvic Munis who continuously meditate upon you with a fixed and clean attention do not have to undergo the unpleasant and undesirable sojourn in a womb waiting for a birth. Those devotees of yours who are drenched in meditation upon your holy lotus feet are the most blessed and auspicious in this world. You are Sakshat Chitta Shakti. This same Chitta Shakti exists in Paramatma, and that is how the Supreme Being manifests in name and form to accomplish the grand work of creation, preservation, and dissolution of the universe. This is known to all. Apart from Paramatma, there is no being who can be separated from your energy and still succeed in any action whatsoever. Jagadambe, nothing can come from an attention which does not have you as its sole object because it is inert. Even if the senses are endowed with attributes and good destiny, still if they are outside your Chitta Shakti, that is divine attention, they can never succeed in obtaining the fruits. O Divine Mother, when yajnas are performed by saints and holy men, and oblations are offered to the sacred fire, the Devas get their entitled share. But during the offering of oblations, if Swaha is not chanted with full attention on you, they can never get their share. It is not possible. It is clear beyond doubt that the sustenance of the universe is entirely under your command. In the beginning, it was you who created the entire universe. Vishnu, Rudra and other gods who protect the various regions themselves get protection from you. And at the time of dissolution, everything gets destroyed, but you alone continue to exist. Your primordial nature pervades and penetrates the universe. The gods have not been able to fathom this nature of yours, so how can we ordinary mortals understand you, O Mother? This demon Mahishasura was merciless and cruel. You killed him and protected the Devas. O giver of birth to the universe, how can we of limited knowledge ever hope to know you, when even the Vedas have failed to describe you fully and accurately? O Ambike, O you of renowned power and majesty, you have done the highest favor to the world by killing this evil demon and greatest enemy. He was a constant thorn which caused pain and distress to everyone. Your victory will be celebrated by the whole universe. Please be merciful to us and keep us always in your protection. Vyasji says, pleased with all the praises, the Devi spoke in sweet, gentle tones. Respectful Devas, if there is any other matter that is troubling you, let me know. Whenever you are faced with any insurmountable calamity, bring me to mind. I will immediately come to your aid. The Devas said, Devi, this Mahishasura was our most dangerous enemy. Now that you have destroyed him, all our fears are over. Jagadambe, deign to grant us firm and unswerving bhakti. And as fruits of this bhakti, we desire that the whole universe recognizes you and continuously worships your divine lotus feet. Only Mother tolerates thousands of transgressions. Knowing this, why doesn't mankind worship you, O most divine Mother? In this tree of life, there is only hum and Tvam, that is me and thou. There is not a third who will forgive trespasses, if not from you, O Parameshwari, from whom and by whose grace can man expect to receive forgiveness and auspiciousness? Those gods and men who have been born with exceptionally good destinies but do not worship you and sing your praises should be considered most contemptible, despicable, and unfortunate. With our whole mind, with our whole body, and in one voice, we say this truth again and again. Devi, in happiness and in sorrow, you are our only refuge. With all your weapons and powers, O Mother, protect us. Your lotus feet is our ultimate heaven and resting place. Vyasji says, as the Devas were singing the praises of the Divine Mother, she disappeared from their sight. The Devas prostrated in obeisance. Chapter 5, Episode 20. Vyasji tells Janmejay about Devi's return to Manidweep. Janmejay asked, Muni, the awesome majesty of Bhagavati Jagadamba commands the highest worship and grants the greatest peace. I have just discovered this, O twice-born one. Even after savouring the ambrosial stream of your sweet narration, I am still thirsting for more. I consider myself very blessed and fortunate because, having very limited punyas, and for people like me, it is very difficult to get an opportunity like this. The story of the Devi is most holy and auspicious, and bestows the protection of Bhagavati Jagadamba on all who hear it. This is the strongest and safest boat for crossing the ocean of illusion. Ancient and learned scholars of the Vedas advise all men who are caught in the web of duty, wealth, and sense pleasures to particularly experience and taste this nectar of divine knowledge. To take a human birth in the holy land of Bharat is the greatest good fortune. But after getting this auspicious birth, if men do not join the collective worship of Bhagavati, then they are living a wasted and meaningless existence that is impoverished, sick and barren. They become servile to other masters. Like slaves, they carry the burdens of others, and day and night they are tormented by selfish and material problems. They never get satisfaction. The suffering of the blind, deaf, dumb, lame and leprosy stricken should serve as a grim reminder that these did not engage themselves in the constant worship of Devi Jagadamba, Mother of the Universe. And when one sees men of regal bearing, of dignified and majestic disposition, with high level of tolerance and forgiving nature, who are held in high esteem by friends and relations, who are endowed with wealth and who are completely satisfied, then we must know without doubt that these have unceasingly worshipped the Mother, Devi Jagadamba. O Vyasji, son of Satyavati, please do me the great favour of telling me more about the Devi. Mahishasura was a wicked demon. On the fervent prayers of the Devas, Mahalakshmi manifested and killed him. Then in thanksgiving, all the gods sang her praises. Then she disappeared. Where did she go? You just said she went away. But Did she go to heaven, or did she go to the mortal world? Where is her abode? Did she relinquish her divine form, or did she go and preside over Vaikunt? Or did she go and add glory and luster to Mount Sumeru? Please tell me everything. Vyasji says, Rajan, I had told you before this that Manidweep is a most pleasing, agreeable, elegant, and beauteous dwelling place. That is the place for the Devi's sport and amusement. It is said that that place is very dear to the Devi. That is that place where to gain entry Brahma, Vishnu and Shankar had to become females. When they left, they again became males and then started their respective responsibilities. That most pleasing and beautiful island is situated in the middle of the ocean of nectar. Bhagavati Jagadamba assumes various forms in her constant play in that abode. After accepting the praises and worship of the Devas, that is where the Devi went. She is the supreme creator of illusion and delusion. She is ancient. She is eternal. In that most holy place, ceaseless and uninterrupted praises are sung in concert. The protectress of the universe had left. Seeing this, the Devas selected a strong and powerful king from the Sun dynasty and made him king of the world. His name was Shatrughan, and he was dignified and endowed with all kingly qualities. He ascended the throne which had forcibly been occupied by Mahishasura. He stayed in Ayodhya and ruled the world. After installing him, Indra and all the gods mounted their vehicles and left for their respective abodes. A golden reign of dharma was established. The people lived in peace and happiness. The skies gave rain when necessary. Crops were plentiful. Trees were laden with fruits and fragrant flowers. The seasons were pleasant and comfortable. Cows gave abundant milk. Rivers flowed gently and provided clean and pure water and never overflowed in flood. Birds added beauty to the forest. Brahmins had genuine knowledge of the Vedas and performed their sacred duties. Kshatriyas lived within their maryadas and dharmas. They did charitable works and studied the scriptures. They never neglected their duty of protecting the kingdom. The kings resided over justice. There were no vices like avarice, desire, greed. Everyone lived in collective harmony. There was a society which disbursed wealth. The farms were filled with cows. O king, in that kingdom which comprised the whole world, Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas and Shudras were all devotees of the Devi. In all places, one could see temple flagpoles and yagya mandaps, canopies. Brahmins and Kshatriyas constantly performed yagyas all over the world, and this filled the atmosphere with auspiciousness. Women were gentle, amiable, faithful to their spouses, and truthful and sweet in their speech. Sons respected their fathers and were dharmic in their lives. There were no incidents of antisocial behavior or impious and adharmic acts. There were no lectures, meetings, or discourses other than on the Vedas and scriptures. There were never any disputes or controversies. Everyone was satisfied, comfortable, and of high ideals. It was an era of peace and happiness. No one died prematurely or accidentally. There was always a loving relationship between friends. No calamities or disasters ever befell anyone. No floods, no famine. People never indulged in rioting. They were free from epidemics, plague, and pestilence. No one got sick. There was no jealousy or hatred between anyone. Men and women lived happily and harmoniously. They lived like the gods in heaven. Robbers, renegades, disbelievers, heretics, frauds, impostors, and hypocrites were non-existent. No one was miserly. No one was wicked and licentious. No scandal mongers and no gossips. They were all dharmatmas. Brahmins received public support. Everyone was engaged in work, sattvic in temperament and disposition, and knowledgeable in the Vedas. Brahmins were not inclined to accept alms. Everyone was generous, temperate, and sober. Living righteously within the dharmas, yagyas were performed with sattvic ingredients and grains. Oblations were prepared and offered in the havans. Animals were never sacrificed at havans and yagyas. Brahmins engaged themselves in the threefold occupation of charity, teaching the scriptures, and performing havans and yagyas, and enjoyed sattvic livelihood. Brahmins of Rajasic temperament were also conversant in the Vedas. They functioned as purohits, that is, family priests to the Kshatriyas. Their 6 occupations were performing and getting performed yagyas, giving charity and taking charity, and studying and teaching of the Vedas. As commanded by the king, there were jobs for everyone. Some spent their time in study. All the obstacles and obstructions that were caused by Mahishasura were removed by his death. Everyone was at peace and could resume their study of the Vedas and the scriptures. The Kshatriyas continued their job of protection, and the Vaishyas carried on their trading. Some traders were agriculturists, some were cow traders, others were bankers. Everyone went about their business honestly and fearlessly. Pujas and worship of the lotus feet of Bhagavati Chandika was performed continuously in every part of the world. Chapter 5, Episode 21-22. Shumbh Nishumbh receive a boon from Brahma. They defeat the Devas. The Devas appeal to Devi for help. Vyasji says, Rajan, listen. I will tell you a famous story of the Devi. This story gives happiness to all living beings and also destroys all sins. Shumbh and Nishumbh were 2 very powerful demons. They were brothers. They could not be destroyed by anyone, and they had mighty armies. Their main occupation was to harass the Devas. They were very proud and arrogant. The entire Danava community supported them. They fought battle with the Devi and were killed. For the benevolence of the Devas, the Devi came with her attendants and destroyed both these demons. It was during this battle that the powerful demons Chanda and Munda, the fierce Raktabeeja, and the dreadful Dhumralochan were also killed. By destroying them, the Devi freed the Devas from fear. After being venerated and adorned by the Devas, the Devi went to the holy mountains, the Himalayas. King Janmejay asked, who were these ancient Danavas, and how did they become so powerful and invincible? Who supported them, and how did they meet their death at the hands of a woman? Who did they impress with their tapasya and who granted them boons? Please tell me all this in detail. Vyasji says, King, listen to this story which is connected with the Devi. It is very stupendous and profound. Just by listening to it, sins are washed away. This most auspicious and holy story grants virtuous life, success in all endeavors, fulfillment of pure desires, and liberation or salvation. This story is ancient. Shumbh and Nishumbh were two famous Danavas who came to earth from Patal. They were brothers and had a fearsome appearance. They had reached the age of maturity. They decided to perform rigid austerities. They went to the sacred place Pushkar near Ajmer and began their tapasya. They renounced food and water. Their tapasya lasted for 10,000 years. In the end, the creator of the universe, Shri Brahmadev, came before them seated on a swan. He said, O most fortunate ones, arise. I am pleased with your tapasya. Ask whatever you desire. I am prepared to grant it. Vyasji says, hearing Brahmaji's pleasing voice, their meditation broke and they became alert. They performed a pradakshina, that is perambulation, around Brahma and then prostrated before him. Then with great humility, they spoke to him in sweet voices. O God of gods, ocean of compassion, Brahma, you give protection to your devotees. O glorious one, if you are pleased with us, grant us immortality. There is no other fear that we have but of death. Because we are terrified, we have come to you for help. You are the foremost among gods. You are the creator of the universe, and you are the storehouse of compassion. O universal God, we are at your mercy. Please release us from this fear of birth and death. Brahmaji said, what an impossible boon you are asking for. In these three worlds, there is no one who can grant you such a boon. It can never be given. It is ordained that what is born must die, and what dies is reborn. The Almighty has established this Maryada as a permanent law. All living things are mortal. There can be no doubt about this. Therefore, ask for any other boon, I will fulfill that. Vyasji says, hearing this, Shumbh and Nishumbh fell into deep thought. Then they humbly said, O most benevolent one, grant that we should not die by the hands of any male god, man, animal, bird. This is our desire. Of course, the female of any species does not possess enough strength to kill us. We have not even an iota of fear from any female in the three worlds. Brahmaji, both of us brothers desire only that no male of any species should cause our death. We do not fear females because by nature they are weaker. Vyasji says, Brahmaji immediately granted the boon and returned to his abode. The two demons also returned to their home. When they reached, they called Shukracharya, installed him as their guru and purohit, family priest, and performed puja to him. Then, choosing an auspicious date and time, Muni Shukracharya gave them a silver singhasan, throne. Being the elder brother, Shumbh ascended the throne. All the Danavas paid tribute to their leader. Chand and Mund, two brave and powerful Danava brothers, came with large armies to support Shumbh. They had many elephants, horses and chariots in their army. Dhumralochan was another arrogant and proud demon. When he heard that Shumbh had been installed as the leader of the Danavas, he came with his army to show allegiance. In the same way, another demon called Raktabeeja also came. By virtue of a boon, he had become extremely powerful. He had 2 Akshauhini armies. Akshauhini, that is, an army is considered complete when it consists of 1,09,350 foot soldiers, 65,610 horses, 21,870 chariots, and 21,870 elephants. Raktabeeja had 2 such complete armies. The reason for his great power was that when wounded by any weapon, every drop of blood that fell from his body, as soon as it touched the earth, became an identical demon as Raktabeeja. Every new demon thus produced would be fully armed with weapons and armor. All the demons that were produced from drops of his blood were identical in appearance and ready to plunge into battle immediately. For this reason, Raktabeeja was considered unconquerable and invincible on the battlefield. No one could ever kill him. Besides these famous Danavas, a host of other demons also came to swear allegiance to Shumbh. All of them owned Chaturanga armies, that is, army consisting of 4 divisions: horses, elephants, chariots, and infantry. At that time, it was impossible to calculate the numerical strength of the military of Shumbh and Nishumbh. Shumbh had established his overlordship over the whole world. Chapter 5, Episode 23. The manifestation of Kaushiki, the forming of Kalika. Shumbh sends Sugriv to the Devi. Vyasji says, the Devas were very disturbed by the enemies. When they prayed to the Devi, she created from within herself a new form. When Jagadamba took form from Bhagavati Parvati, the whole world called her Kaushiki. After Bhagavati Kaushiki came out from the body of Parvati, she became weak and the color of Parvati became black. She came to be known as Kalika. She was as black as ink and presented a fearsome form. It was her nature to fulfill all the desires of her bhaktas. She became famous by the name of Kalaratri. Bhagavati Jagadamba also had another pleasing form. She was decorated with divine ornaments. She was full of elegance, grace, and loveliness. Bhagavati Jagadamba smiled and said to the Devas, "Go back fearlessly and take your places. I will destroy the enemy. For this, I will descend on the battlefield. To remove your fears and make you happy again, I will kill Shumbh, Nishumbh, and all the Daityas who are harassing you." The Devi sat on her vehicle, the lion, and went towards the place where the demons lived. She invited Kali to accompany her. When she reached, she stopped near a spot where the wind was blowing strongly, and she created a divine music which enchanted the whole world. Even the birds and the animals stopped to listen. The Devas in the heavens were captivated with the sweet notes. Shumbh had 2 attendants, Chand and Mund. They were roaming all over, free and unrestrained. They passed that way and saw that Bhagavati Jagadamba in her divine and regal form was singing. She had given a place before her to Kalika. They were astonished at this sight. Rajan, they immediately went to Shumbh. They said, Raja Shumbh, a woman has just come from the Himalayas who is so beautiful that she can enchant even Kamadev. A lion is her vehicle. It is difficult to find someone like her even in heaven or Gandharvalok. She is singing in such soft, sweet and melodious notes that the whole world has stopped to listen. Maharaj, you should find out whose daughter she is and why she has come here, and then give her a place in your kingdom. She is worthy of you, and good fortune is dripping from her eyes. O king, you are already entitled to all the Devas' possessions. Then why are you hesitating to appropriate this Devi? You have already taken possession of Indra's powerful elephant Airavat, his Parijit tree, and his horse Uchchaishrava. You also own Brahma's airborne celestial car. You forcibly took away the 9 gems from Kuber. You snatched away the shining white umbrella from Varun. Your brother Nishumbh also clashed with Varun, and Varun lost. Since then, his noose is in the possession of Nishumbh. Out of fear, Samudra gave you a garland of lotuses which never wither and various precious gems. You have even conquered the Shakti of death and the pole of Yamraj. There is no end to your successful exploits. The cow Kamadhenu, which came out of the churning of the ocean, now stands in your yard. Menaka and all Apsaras are in your service. You have laid claim to everything. Then why do you hesitate to claim this Devi? She will enhance all the gems and ornaments that you have taken from the Devas. There is no greater beauty in all the 3 worlds. Danavraj, go and bring her and make her your queen. Vyasji says, Chand and Mund spoke in voices which were dripping honey. Shumbha was pleased. He turned to Sugriv and said, Sugriv, you are very intelligent. Go and speak to the Devi in such a manner that she will be impressed and come here with you. Those who are knowledgeable in the art of enticement recommend that a messenger should go with sweet words and rich gifts to impress a woman. Vyasji says, listening to the clever words of Shumbh, Sugriv immediately left. When he reached, he saw the Devi seated on a lion. He offered pranams and spoke in sweet tones. Sugriv said, O virtuous one, Shumbh is a very brave and powerful man. He is also very handsome. He is the enemy of the Devas. He is the sovereign lord of the 3 worlds. This noble soul has sent me here because he has heard the description of your beauty and he is enchanted. His message is, O lustrous and beautiful one, I have defeated all the Devas. I am the supreme king of all the 3 worlds. All offerings made at Yagyas are my property. I have appropriated all the valuable wealth and riches of the heaven. O beautiful one, gods, demons, and mortals are all under my jurisdiction and follow behind me. All your attributes have reached my heart via my ears. I am now your servant and will obey all your wishes. You, who have eyes like peacock feathers, I entreat you to accept me as your husband. Then you can be queen of the 3 worlds. I will serve you as long as I live. I am immortal. No god, demon, or human can kill me. You will be Suhagan, an auspicious married lady forever. This is the message from my lord. Ponder over it and give me your sweet reply so that I can convey it to King Shumbh. Shri Devi smiled and began to speak. I know Nishumbh and the powerful Shumbh. Shumbh has defeated all the gods and killed all the enemies. He is full of qualities. He has been given the opportunity of enjoying all the wealth of the world. He is very charitable, brave, generous, and as handsome as Kamadev himself. He possesses 32 good qualities. Neither gods nor men can vanquish him. I have heard all this about him, and that is why I have come from the Himalayas to find a suitable husband. I have looked at all the Devas, the humans, and the Gandharvas and Rakshasas. All of them tremble at the name of Shumbh. O fortunate messenger, go to Shumbh and in a private audience with him, give him this message from me. Rajan, you are the bravest among the brave and the handsomest among the handsome. You are generous, brave, full of good qualities, learned, victorious all over, born of high lineage, noble, skillful, free and all-powerful. I have heard of all your glories. I am looking for a suitable bridegroom, but there is one condition. When I was young, I made a vow. I became very proud of my strength and made a decision that I would only marry that person who would defeat me on the battlefield. My friends laughed and wondered at this strange condition. Therefore, Rajan, if you wish to marry me, you have to fulfill this condition of defeating me on the battlefield. Either you or your brother may come, but you will have to defeat me first. Chapter 5, Episode 24-25. Dialogue between Devi and Dhumralochan. Death of Dhumralochan. Vyasji says, hearing the Devi, Sugriv was astonished beyond bounds. Like a typical woman, you are speaking on impulse. Do you not know that Shumbh defeated Indra and all the gods and also all the powerful Daityas? How can you wish to fight with him? There is no one in the three worlds who can win a battle with him. You will not even last a moment. One should consider one's own strength and that of the opponent. Because he is enchanted, he is begging. It would be wise for you to accept him. Give up your false pride and marry either Shumbh or Nishumbh. If you do not agree to go to him, he will send strong armies of strong Daityas. They will forcibly take you to him. You are most respectable, and what I am advising is for your benevolence. The Devi said, O fortunate messenger, you are very clever and honest. I am aware that Shumbh and Nishumbh are mighty and powerful. But how can I disregard the vow I have taken? Therefore, you go to Nishumbh and the stronger Shumbh and tell them that without a battle, it is impossible for me to marry anyone, no matter how beautiful he may be. For that reason, even though I am frail, I have asked for war. If you have any Shakti in you, you may fight with me. But if you are afraid of my Trishul, then better run away to Patal. If you value your life, then leave heaven and earth and go to Patal quickly. O messenger, go and tell your master all this, and then let him decide what he wishes to do. It is the duty of a messenger to deliver a message faithfully and without any prejudice on other side. Now go without further delay. Vyasji says, the words spoken by Devi Bhagavati Jagadamba were prudent, benevolent, powerful and brilliant. Sugriv was amazed. After giving it a lot of thought, he went to Shumbh, fell at his feet and spoke humbly and gently. Sugriv said, Rajendra, the dharma of a loyal subject is to speak that which is the truth and also which is pleasing. This is causing me concern in my heart because the truth is not always pleasing. A king can be angry with his messenger if the truth does not please him. I have just returned after meeting the Devi. I cannot tell whether she is frail or strong. I could not judge. But she wants war. Her message is very strong and sharp. Please be kind and listen. She has said, when I was a young girl, I told my friends that I would only marry the person who would defeat me in battle and destroy my ego. Rajendra, this vow should not be broken. Therefore, you must act accordingly. Therefore, you who observe dharma, you must fight a battle with me and win, and then only marry me. Maharaj, this is the message. She is absolutely determined to fight. She is seated on a lion, and she carries all manner of weapons. Now only you can decide what you wish to do. Vyasji says, after hearing the message, Shumbh turned to his brother Nishumbh and asked, Brother, you are very wise. What do you think we should do? Should I go there myself, or will you take an army and go? Nishumbh said, O valiant one, at present neither you nor I should go to the battlefield. Send Dhumralochan and he will defeat her and bring her to you. Then you can marry her. Vyasji says, agreeing with this, Shumbh turned to Dhumralochan and ordered him to go. Shumbh said, Dhumralochan, it is your duty to go and humble that proud Devi and bring her to me. If any Devas, Danavas or humans come to her aid, just push them into the jaws of death. But see that no harm or injury is inflicted on the Devi. Bring her safe and untouched. Vyasji says, Dhumralochan offered pranam to his master and left with a large army. His army consisted of 60,000 Rakshasas. When he reached, he saw the beautiful Devi with doe eyes sitting in a beautiful forest. He approached her respectfully and began to speak. He said, O most auspicious and fortunate Devi, Shumbh is very impressed with your beauty and qualities. He is well versed in politics, and that is why he has sent me as a messenger. He does not want to jeopardize this delicate situation, so he did not come himself. The previous messenger conveyed some incorrect message, and this has created dark clouds of concern. I have come with a large army. You are intelligent. Shumbh is so powerful that he has gained victory over the 3 worlds. Do not throw away the opportunity of becoming his queen. There is no need to battle with him. You can win by your chance. Kalika can bear witness to this. Vyasji says, Dhumralochan finished speaking and waited. Then Bhagavati Kalika laughed and said, O lowly fool, you speak like an imbecile. You are entertaining false ideas and speaking foolishly. Shumbh has sent you to fight, so get ready and fight. The Devi has become angry. She will demolish Shumbh, Nishumbh and all other Daityas who come before her. Then she will leave. How dare you compare that horrible Shumbh to this most lovely, most lustrous and most divine Devi who enchants the 3 worlds. It is more unfit and preposterous than marriage between a lion and a jackal, an elephant and a donkey, or the sacred cow Surabhi with an ordinary bull. Go instantly to Shumb and Nishumb and convey my message, that either they come to the battlefield or run away to Patal. Vyasji says, O king, Dhumralochan became furious and said to Devi Kalika, I will kill you and this proud lion and leave your bodies on the battlefield. Then I will take this Devi to my master. There is no doubt in this. Devi Kalika said, O fool, why are you talking useless things? People who are warriors do not speak like this. Use your weapons and fight. It is time for you to go to Yama's house. Vyasji says, Dhumralochan immediately picked up his bow and began to shoot arrows. Indra and all the gods were singing loudly, Victory to the Devi. Now, a fierce battle began between Dhumralochan and Devi Kalika. Many weapons were used, including arrows, spears, swords, maces, and iron poles. Dhumralochan had donkeys harnessed to his chariot. First of all, Devi Kalika killed the donkeys with her arrows and then splintered the chariot. Dhumralochan got into another chariot and began to shoot innumerable arrows at the Devi. He was so angry that heat radiated from his whole body. Then Devi Kalika sent a rain of arrows that dropped a large number of Danavas on the field. The chariots, the donkeys, and the chariot drivers were scattered all over the field. To pacify the Devas, Bhagavati Kalika began to sound the conch. Having lost his chariots, Dhumralochan rushed at the Devi with a heavy spear. Bhagavati Jagadamba gave such a loud, rebuking roar, that is Hunkar, that Dhumralochan caught fire and was burned to ashes. Seeing this, the Danava army began to panic. They turned and ran away from the battlefield, which presented a most fearsome sight. Dead bodies of Danavas, elephants, horses and donkeys were strewn all over, and scavenger animals and birds were fighting over them. Bhagavati Jagadamba moved some distance away and began to blow the conch. The Devas dropped petals from the skies and sang songs of victory. Shumbha heard the conch in his palace and came out. He saw the remnants of his Danava army limping back in a pitiable state. They were wounded, some had lost their limbs, and all were wailing in fear and pain. Then he shouted, Where is Dhumralochan? Why are all of you in this condition? Did you not bring the Devi? The soldiers said, The entire army is either dead or wounded. Dhumralochan has also been killed. All this has been done by Kalika, and this deafening sound of the conch is coming from Ambika. The amazing thing is that Jagadamba is all alone. She does not have a single soldier, but at any time the Devas may come to her aid. Maharaj, please discuss this with your ministers before taking any action. Vyasji says, The proud Shumbh, who had crushed many armies, was very disturbed. He took his brother aside and said, Brother, Kalika has killed Dhumralochan and sent most of my army into the jaws of death. Now she is sounding the conch. This proves that even intelligent persons cannot foretell the swing of fate. Fate is so powerful and unpredictable that it can make a blade of grass work like a spear and weaken the most powerful man. At present, fate is unfavorable to us. That is why Ambika has come here. What is your advice? Should we run away to safety or go to battle? Even though you are younger, at a time like this, I consider you wiser and older. Nishum said, We should neither run away nor hide in our fortress. we should face this Devi in battle. I have very powerful Danavas in my army. I will go and defeat the Devi and kill her. But in case fate decides otherwise and I am killed, you should not hesitate to go to battle." Shumb said, "You wait. First, let me send the warriors Chand and Mund. It is not fitting to send an elephant to kill a rabbit." Then he ordered Chand and Mund to take an army and go. Their primary task would be to kill the Devi. Consider yourself lucky to engage in battle with Kalika and defeat her. If you are not able to capture Ambika and bring her to me, kill her also." Chapter 5, Episode 26 to 27. Death of Chand Mund. Conversation between Devi and Raktabeeja. Vyasji says, "The two Danavas, Chand and Mund, were very powerful and brave. When they saw the Devi Bhagavati Jagadamba, they spoke peacefully. O Devi, it is possible that you do not know that Shumb has defeated the Devas and Nishumb has been victorious over Indra. O beautiful one, you are all alone. Only your lion is here to serve as a vehicle. How can you challenge these two great warriors? The Devas will only cause your destruction by their selfish prayers. Because you have 18 hands, do not be so confident. Shumb is a very accomplished fighter. He is the one who cut the trunk of Airavat. So, heed my advice and accept Shumb. Wise people renounce danger from a distance." Vyasji says, The Devi spoke in a voice like thunder. "O cunning and wild demon, go away. Why are you speaking such deceptive words? Why should I ignore Vishnu and Shankar and look to your master for a husband? The whole world recognizes me as supreme. I have seen innumerable Shumbhas and Nishumbhas, and I have killed countless Danavas and Daityas. At this moment, destiny is present to send all the Danavas and Daityas to their destruction. Shumb and Nishumb are treacherous. You better observe the highest dharma of the warriors and try to find a place in heaven. After you die, I will kill your brother and Shumb and Nishumb as well as Raktabeej. After that, I will go back to my abode. You either go or stay and fight. Do not speak the language of cowards." Vyasji says, The two Danavas, Chand and Mund, began to pull their bowstrings with loud twanging sounds. The Devi sounded her conch, which could be heard in all the 10 directions. The lion also began to roar loudly. These sounds were very comforting to the Devas, Munis, Yakshas, Gandharvas, Kinnaras, and other celestial beings. Chand and Mund used various kinds of weapons and kept shooting sharp arrows at the Devi. This angered the Devi, and in her wrath, she resembled a rain-filled cloud. Her eyes grew large like the banana flower, and her eyebrows slanted. She was dressed in tiger skin and covered with the skin of an elephant. She wore a garland of skulls. She carried the spear of Shiva and a noose, and she looked as terrible as the night of annihilation. She had an enormous face, and she kept putting her tongue out. She had powerful legs with which she was killing the demons. she began to pick up Danavas and put them into her vast mouth and crush them with her teeth. She even put whole elephants into her mouth, the horses and chariots. Seeing this devastation, Chand and Mund were shocked. Chand had a chakra which shone like the sun and which compared with Sudarshan chakra. He sent the chakra spinning towards the Devi. She shot an arrow at it which shattered the chakra into small pieces. She also shot an arrow at Chand which caused him to fall down in a swoon. Mund came rushing at the fall of his brother. The Devi Kalika used the arrow with a crescent head. It injured Mund, and the injury was so unbearable that he lay down on the ground. In the meanwhile, Chand revived from his swoon, picked up a mace and charged. The Devi threw her noose and snared him. Seeing his brother trapped in the noose, Mund also charged. The Devi caught him also in her noose. Then, dragging them like snared rabbits, Devi Kalika went before Bhagavati Jagadambika. She said, "O dear one, I present you these animals to be sacrificed at the yajna of war." Bhagavati Jagadambika smiled and said, "O warlike Devi, you are wise and intelligent. It is your purpose to immediately fulfill the prayers of the Devas." Vyasji says, Devi Kalika said, "War yajnas are very well known. In this, the sword acts like a pillar. I will use the sword to kill the sacrifice so that it is not counted as murder." Saying this, she took her sword and cut off the heads of Chand and Mund. Then she began to drink their blood. Devi Bhagavati Jagadamba was pleased and said, "Kalike, you have fulfilled the prayers of the Devas. I grant you a boon. Because you killed Chand and Mund, you will hereafter be known as Chamunda." Vyasji says, after Chand and Mund had been killed, the remaining Danavas ran to Shumbh. They were badly injured and bleeding, and many had lost limbs. They said, "Maharaj, save us. Kali has killed Chand and Mund and is ready to consume all of us. Elephants, horses and soldiers have all been cut down, and the battlefield is like a river of blood. All the chariots are in pieces and the wheels are spinning like tops. Maharaj, in order to preserve your lineage, you must move to Patal. Otherwise, Kalika will kill all of us. Even the lion is standing there and swallowing all the Danavas. Maharaj, the merciless Devi is bent upon destroying the entire Danava race. Even if you do get her, what good will come of it for us? For her sake, you have already sent most of your warriors into the jaws of death. Maharaj, victory and defeat is entirely ruled by fate. The wise man does not take on difficulties for short spans of pleasure. O Lord of the world, see the play of fate. One woman has been successful in decimating entire Danava armies. No doubt you defeated the gods, but now you have no army, and the Devi is provoking you to fight. It happened a long time ago. You had done a difficult tapasya near the sacred area of Pushkar, and the creator Brahmaji was pleased. He offered you any boon, and you said, "I should not die by any god, Daitya, man, snake, yaksh or kinnar. No male of any species should kill me. Lord, this is why this special woman has come to kill you. Recognize this and desist from meeting her in battle. This Devi is Mahamaya, that is goddess of illusion and delusion. She is Param Prakriti, the primordial, material cause of the universe, and causing dissolution is also her prime objective. She is supreme, reigns over all, and is also the mother of the gods. She contains all the three gunas, but in her present state, she is in tamasic form. She is unconquerable, invincible, indestructible, eternal, all-knowing and omnipresent. She is also known as the mother of the Vedas, Gayatri and Sandhya. She grants protection to her devotees. Her form as Gauri gives great joy to the gods and makes them fearless. Please do not challenge her. It is only if you surrender to her that you can be saved. The Danavas who are still alive are young and need you to keep them from dying. Vyasji says, he who crushed all the gods could not accept this and began to speak with false bravery. Shumbh said, foolish ones, not only your body but your brains have also been shot full of holes. Because you love your life, you ran away from the battlefield. You may go to Patal. I have no fear of fate, because the gods also are subservient to fate. Then what is there to fear? What has to happen will happen. According to the workings of fate, actions also take place. For fear of death, a wise person does not give up his dharma. As is destined, one gets happiness and sorrow, life and death. Even Indra and all the gods cannot escape this. In the same way, I am also governed by fate. Whether I win or lose, I do not care. Therefore, I will not run away in the hope of living hundreds of years more. I will certainly fight. Whatever has to happen, let it happen. Without taking action, one cannot achieve his desires. If a woman sits in front of the grinding stone with wheat, but does not grind, how will she get flour? When one does not succeed, the main cause is lack of necessary action. One must also take into consideration the place, time, own strength and strength of the enemy. Vyasji says, Shumbh made up his mind and sent for Raktabeej. Shumbh said, O powerful Raktabeej, you go to the battlefield and use all your might in the fight. Raktabeej said, Maharaj, do not have any fears. I will kill that Devi. What do I fear, a little maiden brought by the Devas? I will humble her and bring her to you as a slave. Vyasji says, O foremost of the Kuru clan, Raktabeej mounted his chariot and left with a large army. He marched towards the Devi Bhagavati Jagadamba, who was enthroned on a mountain. When she saw him, she sounded her conch. The sound sent ripples of fear through the Danava army. Raktabeej drew near the Devi and spoke gently. Raktabeej said, O little girl, do you take me for a coward that you are frightening me with the deafening sound of your conch? O delicate one, do you think I am Dhumralochana? My name is Raktabeej. I have come to fight. Take guard. I have no fear of you. Today, you can see my prowess in battle. You have served respectfully the wise old patriarchs. You must have also heard the Shastras regarding science of ethics and politics. If you also have knowledge of poetry and literature, then listen to me. There are 9 kinds of pleasures. Out of this, the 2 foremost ones are the sentiment of love and the state of peace and tranquility. The first, which is Shringar Ras, is the most popular. By the virtue of that, Vishnu abides with Lakshmi, Brahma with Saraswati, Shankar with Parvati, and Indra with Shachi. By the same sentiments, a creeper entwines a tree, a deer roams with a doe, and a pigeon flies with a female pigeon. From this flows peace and tranquility. It is impossible to conquer lust, anger, greed, and attachment. Therefore, O auspicious one, you should choose a partner for life. Either Shumbh or Nishumbh will prove worthy. They have established their supremacy over the gods. Chapter 5, Episodes 28-29. Manifestation of the Shaktis of the Devas, the Great Battle, and Death of Raktabeeja. Vyasji says, Then the Devi spoke in thunderous tones. The Devi said, O foolish one, I have already given very sound and benevolent advice to the messenger who came before. Why are you wasting time in useless talk? If there is any person equal to me in majesty, form, strength and wealth, then he can become my husband. Go and tell this to Shumbh and Nishumbh, and let them come and fight, or go away to Patal. Vyasji says, Raktabeeja became angry and began to shoot arrows at the lion. Before they could touch the lion, the Devi broke the arrows in mid-air. Then she aimed and shot many arrows at Raktabeeja. He swooned and fell in his chariot. Seeing this, all the soldiers set up a loud wailing. This sound reached Shumbh. Shumbh said, All the residents of Kamboj, that is ancient part of Afghanistan, get ready to join the battle. Also, those who are under the leadership of Kalikeya should march first. Vyasji says, On receiving these orders, the entire army left for the battlefield. The Devi was already there. Seeing the approach of the army, the Devi sounded the bell. The tolling of the bell was so loud that it caused fear in the hearts of the Danavas. The Devi also blew the conch and pulled the bowstrings with loud twanging sounds. The lion added his terrifying roars, and altogether a most fearful warning of impending doom filled the air. The Danavas began to hurl arrows and spears at the Devi. A gruesome war began. The Shaktis of Brahma and all the gods descended on the battlefield. They looked exactly like the gods whose Shaktis they were, and they had the identical ornaments, weapons, and vahanas, that is vehicles, as the gods. Brahmi came, seated on a swan, and holding the rosary and kamandalu in her hands. Vaishnavi arrived on a condor and carried Shankh, Chakra, Gada, that is mace, and Padma, lotus in her hands. She wore a pitambar, that is yellow dress. Maheshwari came riding on a bull with a trishul in her hand and the crescent moon ornamenting her forehead. A serpent served as a bracelet. The vehicle of Kaumari, Shakti of Kartikeya, was a peacock, and she held a sword in her hand. Aindri, Shakti of Indra, came on the elephant Airavat. Goddess Varahi, Shakti of the boar incarnation of Sri Hari, came on a corpse. Narasimha Shakti was Narasimhi, and the fearful Shakti of Yama came on a buffalo holding an iron pole. The Shaktis of Varun and Kuber were also present. Seeing all the goddesses, the Devas were very pleased. Then Shri Shankar appeared among the Shaktis and said, "Kill all these Daityas and fulfill the prayers of the Devas. Kill Shumbh, Nishumbh and all the Danavas who still live. May peace return to the three worlds. May the Brahmins continue their yagyas. May the gods receive the offerings. May peace reign supreme. May it rain according to seasons, and may fruits and flowers proliferate." Vyasji says, Bhagwan Shankar was saying this when a most astonishing Shakti emanated from the form of Bhagavati Chandika. She made a sound as if hundreds of vultures were fighting. The fearful-looking goddess had a smile on her face. She said to Bhagwan Shankar, "Deveshwar, you go to the king of Danavas, you who defeated Kamadev and turned him to ashes. The Danavas Shumbh and Nishumbh have become arrogant. Go as my messenger and tell them, leave heaven and go away. Let the Devas live happily in heaven. Let Indra occupy his throne. Let the Devas enjoy the sacrificial offerings, and if you wish to live, go away to Patal. Otherwise, come to the battlefield. Let my Shaktis devour you." Vyasji says, Bhagwan Shankar immediately left to meet Danavraj Shumbh. He was sitting in his assembly. Shankarji said, "I am Mahadev, the annihilator of the three worlds. For your benevolence, I have come as the ambassador of Bhagavati Jagadambika. The Devi has sent this message. You leave heaven and earth and go away immediately. Go to Patal, where the strongest of strong Danavas, Bali, lives. If you prefer death, then come and fight with me. I will kill all of you in battle. There is no doubt in this. It is for your benevolence that Sri Devi has said this." Vyasji says, this message of Devi Bhagavati Jagadambika was as sweet as nectar and full of benevolence. Bhagwan Shankar, bearer of the trident, gave the message and left. The Daityas could not bear this message. They immediately started for battle. When they saw the Devi Jagadamba, they began to shoot innumerable arrows at her. Kalika, with her trishul, mace and sword, began to cut down the Danavas like so much grass. Bhagavati Brahmani roamed the battlefield, sprinkling water from her kamandalu and killing them instantly. Devi Maheshwari, seated on the bull, began killing with her trishul. The chakra and mace of Vaishnavi also killed the Danavas. The thunderbolt of Aindri laid flat a host of Daityas. Her elephant, Airavat, also joined the battle by using his trunk and heavy legs. Shakti of Varaha, Devi Varahi, used her snout and tusk to tear apart the Daityas. Narasimhi used her claw to rip the bodies of the Daityas and then consume them. Just by the loud laughter of Shivaduti, the Daityas were swooning and falling and were being swallowed by Goddess Kalika and Goddess Chamunda. Kaumari was seated on her peacock in the middle of the battlefield and was shooting arrows. Varuni had her noose and was snaring and killing the Daityas. There was great confusion, wailing and retreating among the Danava army. Above this din was the victory song of the Devas, and flowers rained down from the heavens. Raktabeeja saw and heard all this and became furious. His eyes turned red. His bowstring made strange noises, and he came and stood before the Devi. Vyasji says, Rajan, every drop of blood that fell from Raktabeej and touched the ground would become an identical Danava. Bhagwan Shankar had given him this astounding boon that from his drops of blood, innumerable, powerful Danavas would be produced. Arrogant with this knowledge, he stepped into the battlefield. Kalika was also present beside the Devi. The demon saw Vaishnavi seated on Garuda. Her beautiful eyes were like lotus petals. He attacked her with a sword. She stopped him with her mace and wounded him with her chakra. His blood began to gush like the waterfall of red earth mixed with water from the mountain tops. Wherever his blood touched the earth, thousands of Danavas arose, all identical in form and strength. Goddess Aindri sent her thunderbolt, which again injured him and caused his blood to flow. Brahmani began to beat him with her staff. Maheshwari struck him with her Trishul. Narasimhi clawed him, causing deep cuts. Varahi used her snout, and Kaumari used her spear. All the goddesses attacked him from all sides with their weapons. His blood began to flow like a river, and thousands of Raktabeejas filled the battlefield. The gods who were witnessing this became weak with fear. There were countless demons and only a few goddesses with Bhagavati Jagadamba. If Shumbh and Nishumb joined now, the situation would become alarming. Vyasji says, at this moment, Bhagavati Jagadamba said to Kali, Chamundi, open wide your mouth and drink all the blood that flows out of Raktabeej when I attack him. You must be very careful that not a drop falls to the earth. If you do this, there will be no more new Danavas to fight. By this means, we can kill all of them. Let this be your only duty. Consume every Daitya and do not let a single drop of blood touch the ground. We will finish the job, give heaven back to Indra and live in peace. Vyasji says, Bhagavati Jagadamba began to attack Raktabeej with sword and iron rod, and Chandika Devi began to consume his blood. In this way, every Raktabeej was killed and consumed by Devi Chandika. The original Raktabeej was mortally injured with the sharp blade of the Devi's sword. Devi Chandika swallowed him entirely, not allowing a single drop of blood to fall. The remaining Danavas ran to Shumbh and fearfully recounted how Devi Ambika cut down Raktabeej and how Devi Chandika drank every drop of his blood. The other Danavas were killed by the goddesses and by the lion. They said, Maharaj, this Devi cannot be defeated by any god, Daitya, Danava, Asura, Gandharva, Yaksh, Pannag or Rakshasa. With Indrani, a whole host of goddesses also fought. They all have Vahanas and wonderful weapons. They have wiped out the entire army. One Devi was powerful enough. But with all these other Devis also fighting, we did not stand a chance. Even the lion of the Devi killed and consumed a large number of Danavas. Maharaj, the time has come for all of us to run away to Patal. There is no use fighting with this Devi. She is Sakshat Devi Maya, who has come to fulfill the prayers of the Devas. Vyasji says, this made Shumbh extremely angry. Shumbh said, all of you are cowards. If you wish, you can run away to Patal or become slaves of the Devi. I am going to fight with her. How can I run away for fear of a woman? I will kill all the Devis and then rule the three worlds. Raktabeej and all the other powerful Danavas died because of me. So, how can I run away to save my life? Nishumbh, I am going with my army and will bring that Devi here. If I do not succeed, then I will not return. You also come there and push her into the jaws of death. Nishumbh said, Brother, I will go immediately. I will kill Kalika and bring Ambika here to you. Do not be so concerned about a weak little woman. My power and might have humbled the whole world. While I am here, there is no need for you to go to the battlefield. Vyasji says, Nishumbh put on his armor, got into a huge chariot and left. He performed the necessary rituals and left for battle. Chapter 5, Episode 30-31. Death of Shumbh Nishumbh. Vyasji says, Nishumbh went and faced the Devi with the full knowledge that if he did not win, he would most certainly die. Shumbh, who is well versed in the art of war, came as a standby and remained in his chariot. All the gods were watching from the skies, hidden by the clouds. Nishumbh started by shooting arrows at the Devi. Bhagavati Chandika picked up her bow and laughed loudly. Then she spoke to Kali. Just look at these foolish brothers. Both have come here to embrace death. Even after seeing the death of Raktabeeja, they think they can be victorious. Desire has infinite strength. That is why the lame, weak, low-born, having no elegance, and stupid mortals cannot escape the influence of these desires. It is desire and expectations that have bound these two Danavas and brought them to battle. Now their death at my hands is inevitable. Their span of life is over. Fate has brought them here. I will kill them in the presence of all the Devas today. Vyasji says, Devi Kalika picked up her bow and covered Nishumbh with her arrows. He responded with a volley of sharp arrows, and the war began. The lion shook his mane and picked up Danavas like an elephant picks up sugarcane. When Nishumbh saw the lion devouring all his soldiers, he picked up his special bow and rushed. Shumbh saw this and joined the battle. He ran past Kalika to catch Devi Ambika. When he reached, he saw her standing majestically. She was decorated with beautiful ornaments, and in her anger, her eyes had become red. Seeing this fierce and terrifying form of the Devi, all sentiments of marriage and victory receded from his mind. Accepting the possibility of death, he stood still with his bow in his hand. The Devi laughed and spoke in a loud voice which could be heard by all. O foolish one, if you wish to live, drop all your weapons and go to Patal or to the ocean. If not, then come to the battlefield and die by my arrows. Then you will go to heaven and live peacefully. It is not advisable to show false bravery. I am offering you Abhaydan, that is protection if you come to my lotus feet. You can all live in peace. Vyasji says, Nishumbh reacted by rushing forward with a sharp sword and crescent shield. He brought the sword down on the lion. Then he turned on the Devi and tried to injure her. she stopped him with her mace and hit him on the shoulder. Even though he was hit, he started throwing darts at Devi Chandika. The Devi sounded her alarming bell and warned Nishum of her intentions to kill him by drinking often from her cup of honey. A great battle started. All the scavenging birds like vultures and crows and carnivorous animals like dogs and jackals were circling the battlefield impatiently. Already, bodies of elephants, horses, and soldiers were strewn around. Seeing this, Nishum trembled with fury. He picked up his mace and rushed at the Devi. Bhagavati Jagadamba stopped him with a loud voice. "O fool, I am wielding my sword to cut off your head. Then you can go to Yama." Vyasji says, Devi Bhagavati Chandika, with one sweep of her sword, removed his head from his body. Still his headless body began to dance with mace in hand. The Devi then cut off his hands and legs. He fell to the ground like a mountain. The Danava army was in disarray. They ran to Shumbh, who had gone back to his palace. When he saw them, he asked, "Where is Nishumbh? How did all of you get injured like this?" They spoke very gently to their king. "Rajan, your brother Nishumbh has given up his life and is lying on the battlefield. All his soldiers have also been killed by that Devi. O king, no one can match that Devi, and it is inadvisable to fight with her. Without a doubt, this Devi has specially come to destroy all the Daityas and fulfill the prayers of the Devas. She is a Mahadevi, and even the Devas cannot know her fully. It seems as if the night of dissolution has come. The gods are singing her stutis. It is clear that she has come only to help Devas. If you wish to be safe, we must all go away from here. O Rajan, destiny makes even the strongest and most powerful persons into weaklings when the appointed time comes. Therefore, let us wait out this bad time. At the present moment, fate is favorable to the Devas and unfavorable to us. But it is not permanent. Sometimes it causes birth and the other times it causes death. During one period, it gives bounty, and during another, it causes distress. You have the example before you. Very recently, Indra and all the gods gave their share of offerings to you because fate was favorable to you. But now, this same fate has changed everything upside down. Now it is for you to decide what must be done. If we choose life, then later fate may grant us happiness. Vyasji says, hearing these words from his soldiers who had run away from the battlefield, Daityaraj Shumbh became angry and said, "O fools, why are these vile words falling from your mouth? Life is no more valuable for me. After sending my own brother and other warriors to their death, how can I run away? Good and bad times are entirely in the hands of destiny. It is a fact that this silent fate cannot be interfered with or neutralized. So why should I worry? Whatever has to happen will ultimately happen. When the invincible Nishumbh and Raktabeeja could be killed by a mere woman, why should I become a coward and run away to save my life? The creator Brahma is complete and self-supporting. But when both halves of Brahma's life come to an end, he also relinquishes his body. One day of Brahma contains 1,000 Chaturyugas, that is 4 ages of the world: Satya, Treta, Dwapar and Kali. During this period, 14 Indras come and reign and go back to heaven. Foolish ones, fate cannot be shifted even one step. So, why should I worry myself about it? The sun, the moon, the earth, and the mountains all die without a doubt. It is fixed that those that are born must die, and those that die are born again. This body is transitory, but we should preserve its renown and fame. Get my chariot ready immediately. I will go to battle and let fate decide whether I win or die." Shumbh immediately got into his chariot and rode towards the Himalayas, where the Devi was enthroned. He was followed by his army consisting of Chaturangi, that is 4 divisions: elephants, horses, chariots, and infantry. When he reached the holy mountain, he beheld the Devi. Seated on a lion, Tribhuvana Mohini Bhagavati Jagadamba was in the form of a beautiful woman. She was decorated with lavish ornaments. All the gods, yakshas, gandharvas and kinnars were in the skies singing her stutis and dropping fragrant flowers on her. Fascinating sounds of conch and bell filled the air, and the sweet smell of parijat flowers pervaded the atmosphere. Shumbha was struck by her delicacy and gravity, 2 qualities which rarely coexist. The slender softness of her form showed her to be in the prime of youth, but the signs of desire or appetite were totally missing. This most amazing state was manifesting before his eyes. He began to wonder, can this be Devi Ambika, by whose hand the entire Danava army has been destroyed? What should I do to get her under my control? I do not even have any effective mantra that I can use, because she is verily Sarva Mantramayi, that is source of all mantras. Nor can I leave now and go to Patal. If she cannot be won by sweet words, gifts, and promises, then I will have to fight. But death at the hands of a woman brings dishonor and discredit. Wise men have said that the most desirable death is on the battlefield against a foe of similar strength and prowess. But fate has brought before me such a woman who is more powerful than thousands of warriors and who has come primarily to finish my race. Vyasji says, thinking all these things, Shumbha maintained his courage to fight. He addressed the goddess, Devi, start the fight. Actually, all this effort on your part is useless. You are not using your intelligence. It is not a pleasant sight to see a woman fight. A woman should use her eyes as arrows and arms as bows. Even a wise man succumbs to these charms. You should be applying sandal paste to your body. Desire should be your chariot and sweet words your drum beat. Bashful modesty is your robe. Holding weapons in your hands is a mockery. Your feet are for taking small dancing steps, not for running with a mace. You have advisors like Kalika and Chamunda. Occasionally, Chandika also advises you. The wrathful Shiva is always in attendance. The most ferocious of all animals, the lion, is your conveyance. Instead of playing the veena, you are sounding the conch and bell. All these are contrary to your form and appearance. Devi, if you wish to fight, then assume the proper appearance: big broad lips, long tongue, sharp long nails, broad face, smoky complexion, big long limbs, fearsome frown, and eyes like a cat. Only then I will fight with you. In your present form of beauty, which compares with the wife of Cupid, I cannot lift my hand on you. Vyasji says, Janmejay, Shumbha was under the effect of Kamadev and was babbling senselessly. Bhagavati Jagadamba smiled and spoke. Devi said, O fool, wounded by Kama's arrows, why are you prattling uselessly? Silly one, you can fight with Kalika and Chamunda. I am here only to watch. These 2 Devis are sufficient to defeat you. I do not wish to fight with you. Then Devi Bhagavati Jagadamba spoke sweetly to Kalika. Kalike, you fight with this demon who wishes to fight with an ugly and hard-featured opponent and kill him. Vyasji says, Kalika is verily Kalarupini, the embodiment of time. When destruction time arrives, she makes her appearance. On receiving instructions from Devi Jagadamba, she immediately picked up her mace and began to fight. A great battle ensued. Devi Kalika used her mace and broke Shum's golden chariot to pieces. Chandika killed the donkeys and the driver of the chariot. A furious Shumb picked up his heaviest mace and began to fight on foot. He smiled as he hit Devi Kalika on the chest. She stopped the mace and picked up her sword. She cut off his left hand, and still Shumb rushed towards Devi Kalika with a mace. Devi Kalika laughed loudly and cut off his right hand also. He began to fight by kicking with his legs. Devi cut off his legs as well. Then, with one stroke, she severed his head from his body. Finally, he fell down lifeless. Indra and all the gods rejoiced and sang stutis to the Devi Kalika and Devi Chandika. A pleasant breeze blew. There was brilliant light from all directions. Havans blazed with high flames. Those Danavas who were still alive did pranam to Devi Bhagavati Jagadamba, laid down their arms and left for Patal. I have told you in detail this most favorite story of the Devi. It covers the destruction of all the Danavas and the preservation of the gods. Men who live on earth should listen to or read this great narration if they want their desires to be fulfilled. By the grace of Bhagavati, those who are childless beget children, and those who have no wealth become wealthy. The sick get relief from their illness. Those who read this sacred scripture have no fear and finally get their moksha. Chapter 5, Episode 32-33. Raja Surat and Vaishya Samadhi stay at Muni Sumedha's ashram. Janmejay asked, Muni, you have told me the most wonderful story of the grandeur and magnitude of Devi Jagadamba. O kind and compassionate one, now please tell us who was the first to propitiate the Devi and please her and receive her benevolence. Brahman, O auspicious and fortunate one, please also teach us the procedures and protocols for worship of the Devi, pujas and homas. Sudji says, Vyasji was pleased with this question and began to tell Raja Janmejay the majesty, the venerableness and the importance of worship of Devi Bhagavati Mahamaya. Vyasji says, in ancient times, during the Swarochish Manvantar, that is 14th part of a day of Brahma, there was a king named Surat. He was very large-hearted and generous. He was always concerned about the welfare of his subjects. He was honest, truthful, performed his religious duties faithfully, respected the Brahmins, honored his guru, and loved his wife. He had no enmity with anyone. He was an accomplished warrior and was always protective towards his subjects. Some Lechas came down from the mountains and challenged him. These men of low birth and character came with their strong armies consisting of elephants, horses, chariots and foot soldiers. Even though the barbarians were not so well versed in war tactics as King Surat, by the hand of fate he lost the battle. Sadly, he returned to his fortress. It was very strong and safe, but when he reached, he found that the enemy had subdued all his ministers. He began to think whether it would be better to hide in the fort and wait for the enemy to leave or fight. There was no use discussing with the ministers as they had already gone over to the enemy camp. In fact, he feared that they would betray him and hand him over to the enemy. These dim-witted ministers could easily be bribed. For the sake of wealth, a greedy man will betray his father, brother, friend, relation, guru, and even a Brahmin. My unprincipled ministers have gone over to the enemy camp. I can never trust them again. Greatly saddened, King Surat got onto his horse and rode out of his kingdom. He had no attendant with him. He found himself in a dense forest. He remembered that at a distance of 3 yojans, there was the holy ashram of the famous Tapasvi Muni Sumedha. He went there. The beautiful ashram was situated on the banks of a river. It was surrounded by trees and birds flew freely without fear of being shot. The sweet notes of the koel mingled with the chanting of the students. Hundreds of deer roamed. The gardens were filled with fruit and flowering plants. All living things were enveloped in the fragrant smoke of havans, and the constant sound of the reading of the Vedas made the place more beautiful than heaven. The king felt the peace and without hesitation decided to rest there. He tied his horse to a tree and went inside the ashram. Sitting on a deer skin under a sal tree, he saw Muni Sumedha. He was instructing his students in Vedanta. Constant tapasya had made his body lean. There were no signs of ego, anger, or any other emotions on his face. He was a truthful man who honored his promises and spent most of his time in Atmagyan, that is meditation on the self. The king felt the greatest respect for the Muni and prostrated himself before him and offered Sashtang Pranam, with the whole body touching the earth. His eyes filled with tears. The Muni accepted his salutation and pronounced, "May you prosper." Then he accorded him the rituals of welcome, water to wash the feet, water to rinse the mouth, water to drink, and seasonal fruits. Then he enquired his name, the place from where he had come, and the reason why he looked so perturbed. "Tell me the purpose of your visit. Even if your desire is impracticable, I will try to help you." The king said, "I am Surat, and I am a king. I have just been defeated by the enemy. Therefore, I have left my wife, palace, and kingdom and come alone for refuge. Now whatever you advise, I will obey. There is no one else on this earth to help me but you. O great Muni, it is your nature to protect those who come to your feet. Please help me." Muni Sumedha said, "Maharaj, please stay here and have no fear. Tapasya is so powerful that even the strongest enemy will not be able to come here. Violence is forbidden here. You must now live like an ascetic. You will live on thin rice, fruits and tubers." Vyasji says, the Muni's words pacified the king. He lived a very frugal and holy life in the ashram. One day, he suddenly became depressed. He thought of his palace and his family. "These mlechas who have low desires have snatched away my kingdom. They must certainly be troubling my subjects. My elephants and horses must be starving with inadequate food and water and cruel treatment. All my subjects, whom I nurtured, must now be ill-treated by the enemy. All the wealth of my kingdom must now be going to the gambling dens and liquor shops." King Surat was sitting under a tree and sinking into sadness and despair. Then a trader arrived there. He sat beside the king. The king asked him, "Who are you, and what has brought you alone into the forest? And why do you look so sad? Tell me." When two people walk 7 steps together, they form a friendship. The Vaishya said, "Friend, I was born in the trading community. My name is Samadhi. I was very wealthy. I am also dharmic. I never tell lies. I do not covet anyone's property. Still, my wife and my son are very greedy. They have branded me a miser and pushed me out of the house. Having been disowned by my own kith and kin, I have renounced with great difficulty all my possessions and come to this forest. O Honorable One, who are you? You appear to be very blessed. Tell me about yourself." The king said, "I am Surat, and I am a king. Barbarians have plundered my kingdom, and my ministers have betrayed me. Deprived of everything, I have come here to live. Now that you have come, I am lucky to have a friend. We can both live here and pass the rest of our lives." The Vaishya said, "My family must be helpless without me. They must be facing great difficulties in my absence. They must be very sad and worried about my disappearance. I am constantly anxious as to whether my wife and son are happy or not. O King, when will I see my son, my wife, my home, and my friends and relations again? All these household worries are assailing me and I cannot be at peace." King Surat said, "Those vile and wicked sons of yours pushed you out of the house. What happiness can you get in seeing them again? Family and friends who cause pain and grief are considered foremost enemies. Come into balance, calm your mind, and live here in peace." Vaishya said, "Rajan, I cannot detach myself from these family ties even though they have ill-treated me." The king said, "I was also worried about my kingdom and my subjects. But the Muni is so peaceful and self-satisfied. Let us go to him and ask him a remedy that will cure our sorrow." Vyasji says, the king and the Vaishya went to Sumedha Muni, who was sitting on a mat under a tree. The king humbly bowed his head. Then he sat before the Muni and began to speak. Raja Surat said, "O Muni, I just met this Vaishya in the forest. His wife and sons have chased him out of his house. This separation is causing him great sorrow. I am also in the same state. I have lost my kingdom and my mind cannot rest in peace. I keep thinking that my elephants and horses must be starving and my subjects must be getting ill-treated. All the wealth of the kingdom must be getting wasted in gambling and drinking. Because of these worries, I do not sleep at night. I know that this entire universe is an illusion, and in spite of this, my mind is ensnared and cannot settle down. Who am I? What is a horse? What is an elephant? Who is a son and who is a friend? Why am I worried about them? This is a delusion, and yet I cannot free my mind from these worldly allurements. What is the reason? Swami, you know everything. Please tell us the reason why we are trapped in the ocean of illusion." Vyasji says, Rajan, when King Surat pleaded thus, Muni Sumedha began to impart the knowledge which removes worldly attachments and sorrows. The Rishi said, Rajan, listen carefully. I am going to tell you what causes attachment and spiritual ignorance. It is Mahamaya who puts all beings into the traps of illusion, of mistaking the unreal for the real. This is known by all. All things are under the influence of Maya. Gods, mortals, demigods, Nagas, Rakshasas, Gandharvas, the trees, the plants, the animals and the birds. It is by this influence that they get entrapped and attached to the world. In the human race, you have taken birth in a Kshatriya clan which is of Rajoguni temperament. Even wise and learned men fall into this disillusionment. Vyasji says, the Rishi went on to describe the Shakti, the importance and attributes of Bhagavati Mahamaya. King Surat said, Bhagwan, please be gracious and tell us the description of Bhagavati Mahamaya as well as her power and majesty. Also, kindly tell us the circumstances that cause her to manifest and where she abides. Describe that place to us. Sumedha Rishi said, Rajan, this Bhagavati Mahamaya is eternal and uncreated. She is constant, ceaseless and immutable. She is unborn. She is the causal of all causes. She is the Supreme Spirit who abides in all living things. If she withdraws from consciousness, then the being becomes as lifeless, because in all living things she is the attention, that is Chitta Shakti. She appears and disappears only to fulfill the prayers of the gods. When Devas and mortals worship her and sing her praises, then to remove their sorrows and difficulties, she manifests at her own accord, and with her different Shaktis, she fights the evil forces. O King, unlike the other gods and creatures, she is beyond the control of destiny or fate. This is the absolute truth. She is free and self-contained. Kal dare not come even near her. This whole creation is only the known quantity, one visible aspect of her splendor and majesty. Brahma and all the gods are not doers, they are only witnesses. After creating, for her own will and pleasure, she then establishes Brahma and all the gods in their respective functions. They are spectators to her glorious actions. And then follows the great dissolution. Here again, the doer and the enjoyer is Bhagavati Jagadamba. It is through her grace that Brahma, Vishnu and Shankar receive their Shaktis in the form of Savitri, Lakshmi and Girija. Even though they have been given the status of gods, Brahma, Vishnu and Shankar constantly perform puja and meditation at the holy lotus feet of Bhagavati Jagadamba to please her. Creation, preservation and dissolution is entirely under the will and control of Devi Bhagavati Jagadamba. Rajan, with my very limited knowledge, I have tried to describe the grandeur and majesty of Bhagavati Jagadamba. It is impossible and also egoistical to try and fathom the depths of this almighty, all-pervading and all-powerful Devi Jagadamba. Chapter 5, Episode 34-35. Rishi Sumedha states prayers and protocols of puja, tapasya of Surat, samadhi and gifts from the Devi. Raja Surat said, Bhagwan, now please instruct us on the correct procedures and protocols to be observed when worshipping this almighty Devi Jagadamba. Please also teach us the rituals and mantras for pujas and homas. Rishi Sumedha said, Rajan, listen. I will tell you the best and the highest way of worship. By this, all one's pure desires are fulfilled. One who performs puja diligently and honestly gets happiness, knowledge, and becomes entitled to moksha. First of all, one should have a bath and wear clean clothes. This is cleansing of the body. Then, one should sit in meditation and request permission to start preparations. Attention should be brought inside and anchored at Atma, a place which has been previously swept and covered with a paste of cow dung should have a proper asana installed, and a small mat for sitting should be spread. Then, sit on the asana and sip water 3 times. According to your means, puja samagri should be kept near you. Then balance yourself, remove attention from the body so that even the rhythm of breathing reduces by itself. Sprinkle vibrated water on all these ingredients and vessels. Then surrender yourself totally. In a copper vessel, mix white sandal paste and other auspicious perfumes and inscribe a 6-cornered figure. Outside that, inscribe an 8-cornered figure. Out of the 9 matrukas, that is letters which make mantras, write 8 bija aksharas, seed letters in each corner, and in the center the 9th seed akshara. In the absence of this figure, an image of Devi Bhagavati can be placed. Then, the appropriate mantras can be chanted to praise the Devi and please her. Care should be taken to keep the attention firm, fixed, and unswerving. A 10-part havan should be performed, offering the oblations to the sacred fire. Food should be served to 10 Brahmins. Every day, 3 holy chapters should be read. Only then can the puja be completed. Austerities and discipline should be observed for all the 9 days. Those who desire auspiciousness and pure knowledge should perform this during the bright lunar fortnight of Ashwin and Chaitra months, that is, 7th and 1st month of the Hindu calendar. The havan should be done carefully using kheer. In the kheer should be mixed ghee and honey. Also, the sacred bilva patra is used for havans. Till seeds mixed with jaggery are also used. The 8th, 9th and 14th day of a lunar month are days when special puja should be offered to Devi Bhagavati. Food should be offered to Brahmins. This grants wealth to those who have money problems, children to the childless, obedience from children to parents, relief from illnesses, and lost kingdoms are restored. By the grace of Mahamaya, one gets strength to overcome enemies. Students who detach themselves from sense and worldly pleasures and worship the Devi, Bhagavati Jagadamba, perform well in their academic pursuits. There is no doubt in this. Any man or woman who faithfully and diligently performs this worship during the bright fortnight of Ashwin gets fulfillment of all desires. For this puja, a circular area should be prepared and a kalash placed in the center. On the cover of the kalash, the 8-cornered figure should be inscribed. All around the kalash, barley, which is jo in Hindi, should be sown. A canopy should be erected over the kalash and decorated with garlands. The house should have deepams and dhoop burning at all times. Puja should be performed 3 times, morning, noon and evening. Puja to Devi Chandika should be lavish, must not be miserly. Plenty of incense, lamps, offerings, fruits, dry fruits, flowers, music, singing bhajans and chanting should be present. It should be a celebration. Little girls should be honored with new clothes, ornaments, sandal paste, fragrant oil and special food. After this, havan should be performed. Then offer food to Brahmins. After a Navaratra fast, food should only be taken on the 10th day. a king should distribute wealth on this day. The man or married woman or widow who performs this puja with devotion receives happiness in this life and after death gets a place in heaven. In the next life, they are born as devotees of Bhagavati Jagadamba. They are born in highly spiritual families. This Navaratra puja is considered foremost among pujas. Rajan, this is the puja you must perform to Devi Chandika. All your enemies will be defeated and you will be reinstated as king. You will have a healthy body. Sorrows will not come near your palace. You will be reunited with your wife and sons. Most respected Vaishya, you also worship in the same way the Devi Bhagavati Mahamaya. She is the protector of the universe and it is her nature to fulfill our prayers. Creation and destruction is also carried out by her will. By her grace, when you go home, you will get the respect of your family and friends. And after enjoying the fruits of this world, you will find a place in the loka of the Devi. Those who do not recognize and worship the most divine and powerful Devi go to hell. Rajan, after suffering various ailments, they lead a life of sorrows in this world. Their enemies overpower them. They are separated from wife and children. They are tormented by greed and ambition. Their intelligence fails them. Those who worship by using bilwa leaves, oleander, lotus and champa flowers please Bhagavati Jagadamba and receive joy in their lives. They become auspicious for themselves and for others. Divine qualities are awakened in them. Vyasji says, Samadhi Vaishya and Raja Surat were very sad and dejected. After hearing Muni Sumedha, they bowed their heads. They were filled with humility. Their eyes were shining with gladness and bhakti flowered in their hearts. They said, Bhagwan, please accept our namaskar. Your auspicious voice has purified us and made us holy. Our forlorn and dejected minds have found peace. We feel as purified as King Bhagirath when the waters of the holy Ganga fell on him. The holy men on this earth are always engaged in removing the spiritual ignorance of others. They are not superficial, nor do they expect anything in return. They spontaneously guide and advise others. O Blessed One, it is our previous birth's punya that brought us to your holy ashram. It has the quality to give peace and solace. There are many selfish men who pose as gurus. But to come into contact with a guru like you is a rare gift. We were sinking in the ocean of worldly attachments and you became our savior. We will obey all your advice and start sincere meditation and detachment. After we succeed, we will come to pay our respects again. We desire to receive from you the Navakshar mantra of 9 letters of the Devi. After that, we will immediately start preparations for the Navaratra fast, pujas and havans. Vyasji says, Muni Sumedha was pleased. He gave them the seed mantra for meditation as well as the Navakshar mantra. This established the relation of Guru-Shishya. Both prostrated before their Guru and left. They found an uninhabited place on the banks of a holy river and prepared an asan for meditation. Then they steadied their attention and settled down for tapasya. 1 month passed, and there was born within them an unlimited love and devotion and worship for the lotus feet of Devi Bhagavati Jagadamba. They reached a state of nirvikalpa, that is, doubtless awareness. Sumedha Muni was a great soul. Surat and Samadhi used to go often to his ashram to bow their heads before him. They would then return to their asans and settle down again. They had no other interest or occupation. They spent all their time in prayer and meditation. 1 year passed. All this time they lived on fruits from the forest. Now they stopped this and lived only on dry leaves. They passed 1 more year, and by this time they had gained mastery over their bodily requirements and senses. They were constantly in deep meditation. One night, Devi Bhagavati Jagadambika appeared in their dream and gave them a darshan. She was dressed in red garments, and jewels and ornaments added to her splendor. This glimpse of the Devi filled them with awe, wonder and devotion. They continued their tapasya and even gave up drinking any water. The 3rd year passed. By now, there was only one great desire in the hearts of Raja Surat and Samadhi. They wanted a Saksha Darshan, that is, visible manifestation of the Devi. They reached a conclusion that only by perceiving Devi Bhagavati Jagadamba with one's own eyes could a person get eternal peace and joy. If we do not get a darshan, we will give up our lives. The Devi became prasanna, pleased, and gave them a Sakshat Darshan. They had reached the deepest gloom, and because of their great desire, their attention was scattered. The Devi said, Rajan, whatever boon you desire, ask me for it. I am pleased with your tapasya. I know that you are my devotee. Then the Devi spoke to Vaishya Samadhi. O auspicious one, I am pleased. What is your desire? Tell me, I am anxious to grant it. Vyasji says, Raja Surat felt his entire being fill with vibrations. He said, Most worshipful Devi, please destroy my enemies and restore my kingdom to me. Then the Devi said, Rajan, you must now go home. The power of your enemies has come to an end. Now they will face defeat and run away. Your ministers who betrayed you will fall at your feet asking to be forgiven. O fortunate one, return to your kingdom and rule in peace. After you have ruled for 10,000 years, you will cast off this body. Then you will be born in the Surya dynasty and attain Brahma. Vyasji says, the saintly Vaishya folded his hands and bowed his head. He said, O most merciful Devi, I have no use for house, son or wife. They are all bondages and transient like dreams. Divine Mother, please give me that pure knowledge, Nirmal Vidya, that gives a permanent release from all bondages. This world is a hollow and worthless illusion. Foolish and greedy people get lost in its temptations. That is why the spiritually wise people detach themselves from this world. Vyasji says, Samadhi Vaishya expressed this desire before Bhagavati Mahamaya. This pleased the Devi and she said, Vaishya, you will most certainly be blessed with Nirmal Vidya. After giving these boons, the Devi removed herself from their sight. King Surat turned to Muni Sumedji and offered pranams. Then he mounted his horse and got ready to leave. Just then, his ministers and subjects arrived and bowed before him. They said, O king, your enemies were so wicked and evil that they were all killed in the battle. Please come and rule the kingdom again. Hearing this, the king took leave of Muni Sumedaji and left with his ministers. He was reunited with his son and wife and all his friends and relatives. Vaishya Samadhi became a wise and spiritually elevated man. He renounced the world and roamed all the holy places of pilgrimage and worship, singing the praises and narrating incidents about Bhagavati Jagadamba. Rajan, I have completed this beautiful episode in the narration of the stories of Devi Bhagavati Jagadamba. Raja Surat and Vaishya Samadhi got the fruits of their tapasya. Whoever listens to this narration with devotion and complete attention receives all the joys in the world, pure knowledge, moksha and happiness. There is no doubt in this. This narration, which pleases the spirit and the mind, is full of dharma. Sudji says, Satyavati Nandan Vyasji was full of knowledge and its importance and significance. Upon Raja Janmejay's request, he brought to light this Divya Sanhita, that is, collection of hymns of the Devi. Vyasji was very compassionate. His narration covered the aspect of the Veda which tells of the destruction of Shumbh. Munis, this is a sip of the essence and nectar of the Devi Puran. End of chapter 5.
The holy recital of Srimad Devi Bhagavat.
Jai Shri Mataji.